Certainly, thank you very much. All right, so as you all saw, we're on English. That one out the bid wall. We'll talk a bit about the language choice in a second. For timing, it's not too bad with LED, but we're going to start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go. So, Yakuza Like a Dragon is no longer RGG's newest game. That'd be Lost Judgment. But RGG's latest Yakuza mainline title is still Like a Dragon. This takes the game from being an action RPG to being a turn-based RPG, which you'll be seeing very, very soon. The game is going to begin with a brief look into the past with a person who we'll call Arakawa Sr., and he has a little bit of personal tragedy, which we'll get into a little bit over time. But you're now going to catch us here chasing this lad in the only chase section of the game. And you saw very briefly there, the guy in red is our main protagonist, Ichiban Kasuga, who is clearly a brand new protagonist and isn't good old Kazuma Kiryu. As I said, this is going to be the only chase section in the game. This is kind of a remnant of one of the systems from Judgment. But what we're going to do is this. It's actually important to do this bit at the start correctly. You have to hold left here to avoid the first crowd. Then we go to the right to avoid the second crowd, which actually skips 2 QTEs. Every single other QTE in this bit is exactly the same. It's always triangle to jump over people like that. It's always going to be X to dodge the can that is also coming up. And pretty much, it's the exact same button presses for those bits as it is in Judgment. But as soon as we're finished with the chase section, we're going to be going into our first big tutorial. We're chasing this guy for collections. He is currently giving out videos that he really shouldn't be, and kind of prophetizing over the Yakuza, which Ichi is a part of the Arakawa family. But as we said, this is now a turn-based RPG. You've got your normal attacks. Any character that is on the floor, if you do a normal attack to them, you get a opportune strike, which is pretty much a guaranteed crit. You'll also see me attempt to get, during every single phase here, a perfect guard. You don't get tutorialized on it just yet. Perfect guards are actually very important to stopping our animation, getting a little bit glitched, and to getting back to our turn a little faster. So this whole tutorial, I'm looking out for certain damage numbers in the hopes of getting good damage rolls. And if you're quick enough, you'll get 2 quick opportune attacks, and it'll just end the fight, which is quite nice. So we're going to meet up with Anarchy here. We're going to be meeting him again in a little bit. But for now, what we're going to do, you hit level 2, and we're going to immediately put on the skill Tenacious Fist. We're going to be using that a lot over the next couple of chapters. Tenacious Fist has the added ability of a status effect of stun. And stun in Yakuza Like a Dragon, especially early on, is ridiculously broken for going fast. So we're going to be heading over to do a little bit more story here. We're just meeting a couple of the secondary characters in Ichi's life, and basically just getting a feel for Ichi and basically how he interacts with everyone around him. This stuff, however, coming up is very important. These are the personality traits. When we get certain dialogue choices in Like a Dragon and certain other things, we will get the ability to raise our personality. During parts of this run, those personality traits are actually going to be very, very important. That first one there is not important. I will point out the ones that are important for the run. I'll explain why they're important later on. But this is a soap land called Shangri-La. It was basically where Ichi was abandoned as a child, and this is the place that he calls home. And this is why he's so close to the people of Kamurocho. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to find some thugs harassing this poor person, and we're going to help them out. You can see there the Millennium Tower is still unfinished, because we're currently, I believe, the year 2000, which is kind of a time inconsistency with the old Yakuza series, but let's not focus on that. Hopefully this hooligan goes down in one hit. Sometimes he can be a little tricky and not. He has like only 32 HP, but for some reason, sometimes he decides to survive extra damage, which he really shouldn't. But he does sometimes. So we're going to be Tenacious Fisting everybody, and this last guy has 36 HP, which is on the higher end of our damage scale, so that's very nice, actually. Getting one hit on everyone in that tutorial is very, very fast. We like that. Usually the last guy takes a second hit to actually go down, and even if he didn't go down in one hit, we actually stunned him with that last hit. If you keep an eye on the top right-hand side of the screen, anytime we're in a fight, you'll see basically the enemy like icons on like the register of like who's in the fight. Even enemies that go down, you can still stun them. You'll see a whole bunch of like stars appear. Now Hiratsuka here, who we're trying to also collect money from, and is an old friend of Ichi's, he has 70 HP on the dot. Good crit. That guarantees we get out of this fight in 2 hits, which is very, very important because this fight is one of the biggest time losses in the first chapter. Hiratsuka here, when he gets around to his second turn, he can actually use a move called Megaton Hammer. If he uses Megaton Hammer, there's a very, very high chance that is going to stun you. And that's going to cost you about 20 seconds if Hiratsuka, again, doesn't knock you out of that stun within the first phase. Most status effects at the start of the game, bleed and stun specifically that are important to us right now, they will last 2 turns. Same with fear, which that's going to become a potential big problem at several points during this run. So you can always guarantee when an enemy is going to come out of their stun, but also when you're going to come out of your stun. The nice thing is that you can be interrupted out of stun early. Unfortunately, so can the enemy. This is a policeman. We call him not I've forgotten his name. I've forgotten his name, that sucks. We meme on him because he's essentially almost the mirror image of Jingu from Yakuza 1. So we call him not Jingu. But we went to a nightclub there with Arakawa Sr.'s son, Masato, and essentially he's there because it's his host's birthday, and unfortunately she was busy with that policeman. We overheard the policeman talking no good deals and nothing good about the young master. And the young master has basically told us to leave. He's given us some money, and we're going to head off. And the young master's going to get himself into a spot of bother. But we find our old Anarchy here. That's not the greatest of fight spawns, but it's not going to interrupt us, so I'm okay with that one. So we're going to go back to the office, and that's Sawashiro. He's one of the high-ranking lieutenants of the Arakawa family. He's going to realize that Ichi took some money from the young master. It's almost going to go badly for Ichi until Arakawa Sr. comes in and treats Ichi to some ramen. We get a lovely couple of scenes about Arakawa Sr. and his son is actually in a wheelchair. His health wasn't too great ever since he was a baby. And that's actually going to come up a bit later on in the story. But when we're with Arakawa Sr. going through Kamurocho, there isn't actually any fight spawns, which is really, really nice. We don't have to worry about, unlike the last bit, having to worry about like walking to any fight spawns or anything like that. So we're going to head off. We're going to go grab ourselves some Peking duck. Spoilers, there's not going to be any Peking duck. But whilst we go off and do that, if you've got any time to read any messages now, would be a perfect time.
All right, well, that is solid because we do have a $100 donation.
Ooh.
From Trevor R. saying, Yakuza Like a Dragon, one of the best games of last year. Froob, entertaining runner of the highest tier. Nami, a fantastic cause. Please take my money. So yeah, thank you very much, Trevor, for the $100 towards Nami, the National Association for Mental Illness. Which is a wonderful cause that we're raising money for here.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the kind words as well, I appreciate it. For this fight to go well, we need the second Street Punk not to cast Taunt. Getting a stun is absolutely perfect. We will happily take that. This is, so far, very, very good Chapter 1 pace, and I wish I could get this in my actual runs, rather than marathon runs, but here we are. So, I should talk a little bit about RNG. RNG, as anyone knows with any RPG run, is always running rampant, and it can be very, very nasty in LAD. The early game has a couple of different RNG factors to the late game. The early game, obviously, there's a lot of, like, getting stuns on enemies is so vitally important to saving a lot of time. And then you have fights like this one, where we've got all these normal enemies at level 1. We're obviously going to focus on them because they're only one hit each. Every single one of these level 1 enemies can cast a skill called Stare Down. Stare Down causes fear. If we are hit with fear, we can't do anything for 2 turns, or unless we get knocked out of it, which really sucks. You lose a huge amount of time. So we're really, really hoping not to see it. Once all the level 1s are gone, it's perfect. And it's one of those things, again, with luck, in that if we manage to stun this guy, which would be very, very lucky, then the fight will go just a tiny bit quicker. Like, just only a tiny bit. Not stunning him is just usually part of the course, and that's absolutely fine. So, we woke up after... This is now New Year's Day. We woke up... drunk on a bench, and we were told via Araka Senior to get to the office quickly and quietly and discreetly. We were attacked by the Sakaki family there, as you saw. Unfortunately, it turns out that Joe Sawashiro has murdered a man. So unfortunately, somebody needs to take the fall, because at the minute, the family can't lose Sawashiro with everything that's going on, so Ichi is going to be the one to take the fall, and he is going to go to prison. So he's off to get a last meal. I don't like that. I see a fight spawn on the way at the end. I'm going to have to do the save load trick. Yeah, I'm going to have to do the save load trick. Unless I can sneak past it, which I don't think I can. It's going to be quite close, actually. Okay, I got lucky. That's one of the nastier fight spawns. You can have one actually in front of the beef bowl place as well, which really sucks if that actually happens. But that is the first chapter, which is really nice. And then we're going to go to chapter 2, which is going to pick up just after we get out of prison. So, whilst in prison, Ichi's going to receive a letter from Awakawa Senior telling him he can't wait for him to get out. Also, that cutscene has the best piece of bread tech you'll ever see in any video game. It's amazing. If anyone's talked about this game, it'll be with that cutscene with that bread. And you're going to see another character with us here. He is Adachi. He's an old police detective who's waiting for us to get out of prison. He's taken us to the graveyard of the person who Sawashiro supposedly killed. And in this fight, again, to get some luck, we want the guy with a large HP bar to not cast Taunt. If he casts Taunt, that's a massive, massive time loss. Obviously, if you can stun, it helps a little bit. It can miss. Unfortunately, it did not. So the problem with being taunted is it's going to cause me to get at least one extra turn in this fight. Potentially two if we don't get knocked out of the fight. So, bit of a shame, but it's fine. Well, as I said, taunt only lasts for 2 turns, so you 100% come out here. I low damage rolled. That should have finished the job, but I low damage rolled at some point. Interesting. Okay. But the nice thing is, Ichi got 2 turns in a row really quickly, which gave me a quick opportune attack, so I didn't lose too much time there. But Ichi definitely low damage rolled at some point. So, we're now back in control in Kamurocho. Again, we still haven't got access to the fast travel system just yet, but we're going to do something very, very important. In Chapter 4, which is in 2 chapters' time, we're going to need to get into a set piece. The only way we can get into said set piece is by having a piece of gear in every single slot of equipment for Ichi and an accessory. Now, we don't have easy access to a hat or shoes, which is why I just bought a hat and shoes. I've also bought a smoke bomb, which is a get out of battle free card. It is essentially one easy escape from a fight. There are rules to that, which we'll go over in probably about 5-10 minutes time. But there's a couple of fights in this chapter that are really, really nasty to try and escape from. So having that smoke bomb as a safety is really useful. So, we go back to the old family office and we find that the family isn't there anymore. But even more interesting than that, we find that the Tojo clan are usually Tokyo's biggest Yakuza clan. They're no longer in Kamurocho. They've been taken over by the Omi Alliance, who were the Tojo's biggest rivals over in the west. So this is one of the only fights where you can pretty much guarantee using a weapon if you do a normal attack. Again, love to see the stun. We don't use the weapon because despite the fact the weapon has a higher chance of stunning than Tenacious Fist, if you use the weapon, you still have to do 3 attacks, whereas Tenacious Fist, even if it doesn't stun, is only 2 attacks. Now, what we're going to be doing as we run along here, for the next fight, we're going to have to start doing a little bit of MP management. Every single time you level up in Yakuza Like a Dragon, be it a normal level up or your job level up, you will receive a free HP and MP heal to full. That fight spawn looks like it's a problem. It's not. The fight spawns along here are usually quite nice. That one on the right isn't in the best position, but as long as I stick to the left-hand side of the road, we'll be fine. But we've basically factored in for a lot of places in this run, HP and MP level ups via fights. The only thing is, the first couple of chapters, there's a lot of MP management, when obviously there's a couple of fights in between the level ups. And then also the end of the run also has a couple of MP management parts. But we're going to head to this park. The guy that we chased in the very first chapter is the guy being harassed by these Omi Alliance guys. So very importantly, we're going to start with a Tenacious Fist against this guy. It's going to take him out. The level 3 guy has more HP. We're going to use one Tenacious Fist against him, and then we want to normally attack. Nice stun again. It's one of those things that you don't need to stun, but it helps the fight so much. That guy usually taunts you in retaliation on his second turn, so stunning him stops that taunt, and it's so nice. I'm getting some very, very good early game luck here, which is really, really nice. So as I run down here, I'm keeping an eye out for fight spawns, of which there is one directly in front of me. It's actually really nice to get this one early, because I can sneak through via the side part of the Millennium Tower here, and just go underneath the awning. This should be good. It is. Yep, we're good. So because of that one being early, there's a high chance there's going to be one in the Champion District. So I'm keeping an eye on my mini-map at this moment. Yep, right there. So because there's one right there, we can either do 2 tricks to get rid of any fight spawn. Either use a confirmation trigger like a vending machine like that, or save load, which is basically, as you can probably guess, you save the game, load the game, and all the fight spawns go away. The only downside to both methods is that Yakuza Like a Dragon has notoriously bad late fight spawns that can happen. Like, essentially, with the Dragon Engine Yakuza games, fight spawns can't spawn around you in a certain distance. But there are situations where there will be a late fight spawn just after you move away from that range, and it will get into an instant fight with you. It's very frustrating. It happens in the more populated parts of town where you get more fights. For this fight, we start with Tenacious Fist on this guy, and the second guy has the chance to both bleed and fear you. This is one of those fights that I'm praying we get a crit in. If we get a crit in this fight goes way faster. But the one thing we don't want to see is fear. Fear costs you a good 10 to 15 seconds in this fight. So if I can get the bad perfect guards, if I can get the crit in this hit, then it'll end it 1 turn early. Shame. You see just that tiny little bit of HP. But the nice thing is, in return, nice miss, we don't have any kind of status effect on us. Bleed is actually a lot worse of a status effect than you think, because it causes you an extra half a second per character to get around to their turn, because you have to wait for their animation to stop staggering. It's the same with being hit and not perfect guarding. Either way, we get our first proper secondary party member, which is Adachi. So, as we go through our first set piece of the sewers, it's time to talk about running away from fights. There is a common misconception with Yakuza Like a Dragon that running away from fights is based on your stats. It is not. The only thing that factors into running away from fights in Yakuza Like a Dragon is the space behind your character. Now, some fights, like this one, are really hard to run away from. This is one of the reasons we have the smoke bomb. That pushed me away, so it might not work, but it did. Good. The nice thing about this is that because of that, we have a couple of ways where we can guarantee to run away from a fight. This is a new way to run away from this fight that we weren't showing off last time. As long as you stay to the left, Ichi will actually target the guy on the left to run away from. Now, when you run away from fights, and we have to grab this hard ball for a fight coming up, when you run away from fights coming up, Ichi runs in one of 3 directions. Backwards, which is the rarer one, slightly to the left, slightly to the right. So you'll see that I am going to be taking fights in the middle of the corridor. By taking fights in the middle of the corridor, if Ichi slightly goes to the left or right, we'll actually usually get away from a fight. Running into your teammates like that is a little worrying. For this fight, it's a bit tricky. I like to use the crowbar as reference for where my feet should be. If Adachi is after Ichi, we got our spare smoke bomb. Hey, this is a good start. Usually what I will do is I will look at the turn order for my party members. On the left is a save spot and a recovery spot. That's not useful for here, but will be for later on. Usually, if I have anybody going after Ichi, I will risk trying to run away manually, especially with the smoke bombs. This fight coming up is a little bit rough. We are going to start on the level 6 enemies. I wanted to hit the other guy, and I hit right on my D-pad, but unfortunately, LAD's targeting system is a little finicky at times. You can hit left, and instead it will go to the right, for example. For the next game, like, they've already confirmed LED 2. For the next game, even though like the D-pad doesn't do much in fights, I really, really, really hope they allow up and down on the D-pad to select between enemies on the right-hand side. Nice crit! Up and down on the D-pad for enemies on the right targeting. I should use the normal attack. And also left and right for your party members. It would be very, very nice if that was a thing that could be implemented, because that would get rid of all of my problems with the targeting system. So as I said, you need 3 pieces of gear in every slot. We're going to be grabbing the shirt and equipping it now. By grabbing all of our equipment and putting it on now, we have no worries about defense coming up in the rest of this chapter. There is one really nasty fight coming up at the end, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on my damage here to see if I can take this guy out with a Adachi. 36 should be good. Ooh, Adachi almost low rolled. If Adachi got a 39, he would not have died. But that guy has a gun, he does a little bit more damage, which is why I like to get rid of him, rather than that guy that is a guaranteed takedown in one hit. Because everybody's still got good HP, I can just go straight ahead and don't have to worry about healing. This fight, as you've probably seen with most fights coming up before this point, we're not going to focus on the guy with a lot of HP, we're going to focus on all of the ads with low HP. One of these ads will target Ichi, one of these ads will target Adachi. By hitting this guy and being close to the guy behind me, the guy with the large HP will go for Adachi, and this guy will go for Ichi. But with Ichi, we're going to try and stun this guy. If we stun this guy, it's going to make things a lot quicker. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, so we're just going to use me down on this guy. Every single ad here goes down in one skill, doesn't matter which skill from who, which is nice. Anytime he's on the floor, easy peasy, opportune attack from Adachi. Look at that damage. Nice damage. And then we just take out. So you can see that even though Adachi is our tanky character, he still took 30 damage from that with a perfect gun. These enemies are starting to hit a little hard, and Adachi has left. Adachi's going to be gone for about 20 minutes. This next fight is infuriatingly hard to do fast. Both of these enemies have taunt. The only way is to either dodge taunt or stun both of them, which is exceptionally rare. Now, because I didn't crit this guy, I will instead take him completely out of the turn order. The other guy will likely taunt me. I'm expecting it. He hasn't yet. That's nice. He could still do. Don't celebrate just yet. Oh, he's not anymore. Nice stun. Nice fast fight. The only way that could have gone faster would have been if we stunned both of them, because they wouldn't have their turns. Very nice fight. Good early chapters so far. Why can't I get this in a normal run? Excuse me? So, our next big nasty boss fight, Sawashiro. In terms of the run, Sawashiro is... Because we have all of our pieces of gear on us, we pretty much... Nice crit! If we can get 2 crits in this fight, you actually go a turn faster, which is fantastic. Now here's the thing, the Sawashiro fight, you do not want to put any status effects onto Sawashiro before this cutscene. This cutscene will get rid of any and all status elements you put onto Sawashiro. Now with that crit, I need one more skill, but if we can get another crit, which would be very, very lucky, we will be able to skip a phase in this fight and not have to do a normal attack with Ichi. So, during this fight, I'm going to be keeping an eye on Sawashiro's position in regards to any weapons in this fight. Ideally, I can get a weapon hit against him, specifically one of these chairs. They have a much higher chance of stunning than even Tenacious Fist. At some point as well, not just yet, I'll be using the hardball, and I'm hoping not to see a specific skill called Cold Fury. Cold Fury skip is very hard to do, it's random. So this is going to reposition Sawashiro. I'm now next to his phase, but you're probably going to Cold Fury. No. I'm okay with this. If I can skip Cold Fury, that is very, very fast, and I'll be very, very upset. I've not skipped Cold Fury in a good couple of months, and I... Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So Cold Fury is supposed to be a really nasty skill. But again, he puts a 10% attack buff up on him. If ever you see one of those arrows, it always equates to 10%. As you can see, he's almost dead, and we've still got so much MP left. This is supposed to hit really hard, but yeah, it just doesn't with the gear on. If you forget to put the gear on, you're in trouble. Big trouble. But that is the end of Chapter 2. That is very fast chapter 2. That's one of my best. I do appreciate having good luck in an online marathon, though. So, at the end of the chapter, Ichi goes to confront Arakawa Sr. to figure out what's going on, and unfortunately, Arakawa Sr. shoots him. And Ichi now wakes up in our brand new town. This is Izazaki Ijincho. This is the big hub map for Yakuza Like a Dragon. This is the brand new map. It's 3 times the size of Kamurocho. And we're getting introduced to this new skill here called Treasure Hunt. What we're going to be doing is, it's not a RNG at the start of this. It's always 550 and nothing. Treasure Hunt is going to be the big factor in whether we lose a minute coming up after the next big boss fight. But what we're going to do is we're going to have the game introduce us to a brand new minigame. The tutorial is unskippable, the actual minigame itself is. So now would be, again, an absolutely fantastic time if you've got any messages.
All right, very well. Well, first up, we've got 2 donations. One by Peach Phoenix for $25 with the message saying, sadly can't stick around for one, but best of wishes on the run, Froob. He is hoping Tendo's goes well, and I look forward to catching up on the VODs. I probably mispronounced that, but it's fine.
No,
because on top of that, we've got another $50 by Matt Party Hats with a message saying, excited to see one of my favorite runners running one of my favorite games. Good luck, Froob. Hope for a friendly Tendo fight. Everyone's just rallying behind you, honestly.
We'll talk about Tendo later. Don't even get me started. Thank you all very much for the kind words. I appreciate it. So as you can probably see via this minigame, it's very much like Pac-Man. If you look at the minimap, it looks like Pac-Man. It pretty much is. Collecting the cans in the tutorial isn't important. No, the tutorial doesn't affect anything in any way. It just teaches you how to play the game. Here's your ghosts. It's other can collectors. They're your rivals. They ram into you. They take your cans. If you have a boost and ram into them, you take their cans. You know the drill. There's also like a garbage truck that can go around, and if it hits you, you lose all your cans. Blah, blah, blah. You know the drill.
Makes for a healthy challenge.
But we'll talk about Tendo later, because Tendo is the biggest RNG fight in this entire run, and it comes at the very end. And he's cost me 4 different opportunities for world record this week, and I'm very upset. So, we get into the actual Can Quest minigame, and much like any good Yakuza game that isn't Yakuza free, you can actually skip the minigame. Because we got 0 cans, we get 6 yen. That's kind of a problem, but we'll discuss that in a minute. This is Zeng. He is a member of the Yokohama Liumang, which is one of the big 3 powers here in Yokohama. In this fight, we're going to be hoping that we stun Zeng. Once again, Zeng has stare down. Anytime an enemy has stare down, we just want to get rid of them. But you'll see here we have a second party member. This is the Hobomancer Nanba, who attacks people with pigeons. Very useful. So, nice dodge. Nanba has very little defense. I don't like the lack of stun here. So Pigeon Raid will take out who? In 2 pigeons. Now, Pigeon Raid is important to talk about. Every single pigeon in Pigeon Raid is its own damage instance. Nice. Which basically means if I stun Zeng... he woke up. Please don't. Okay, good. We do not, under any circumstances, want to use Pigeon Raid, because that has a higher chance of waking up Zeng, because again, every pigeon is its own damage instance. But if he's not stunned, we're gonna throw some pigeons at the guy. It's slightly higher damage than the opportune. Now, as you can see, Namba is on the verge of dying. This is not good. We do not want Namba to die in the early part of this speedrun. It is very important that he doesn't. If he does, nice crit. Shame it wasn't the last hit. Woo! Okay, it's fine. It's fine. The problem with Namba dying, and it's not so much a problem here as it is later, is we're going to be getting these things called bond points, which the game will be introducing us to in a little bit. If Namba dies, he's going to not have enough bond points for the speedrun when we need him to. There are ways to make up that time, which is good, but if he dies twice, that's very bad. So Namba becomes our, quotation marks, first permanent party member. And we also get, because of that, a new skill, which is Tag Team Essence of Mayhem. It's a really, really nice skill. On Ichi, we're going to put it on... No, not Rock Swing. We're going to put it on a shortcut alongside Gnarly Breath and Pigeon Raid. Itchy gets all of his stuff back and an accessory that we get from the Sawashiro fight. So we now have everything in place that we need to be able to get into the set piece in the next chapter. These are party chats. They give you bond points. They'll be important later. We need to get a minimum of 100 yen from these vending machines. We need 730 beautiful RNG. Love to see that. Very nice. That's been causing me a couple of problems last couple of days. So to get a nice early 500 yen is very nice. The reason we need 730 yen is going to be coming up in a tiny bit. Money is very, very tight in the early part of LAD's run. You can only make 1 or 2 exceptionally small mistakes. If you make any bigger mistakes, you're in trouble. We're going to go to Hello Work. We have no money. We're trying to get a job. So because Nambra's an ex-nurse, he's homeless now, obviously, we can use our credentials to go and get a job. But unfortunately, it's going to be a kind of below-ground job that the actual manager is going to help us out with. He understands how hard it is for certain members of society, like ex-Yakuza, like Itchy is, to be able to get a job. So he does a few jobs on the side. We're going to go and help out a local bar owner with a little bit of a problem. And this is why you need your money, is because we need to grab that taxi there. It is important to note, Yakuza Like a Dragon introduces a brand new fast travel system to it. You have your usual taxis, which you've seen me use just here. However, we also have the ability to fast travel at any point from our menu. And this is why our money is important at the start, is because fast traveling from a taxi is 730 yen, fast traveling from a menu is 1,100. It's important early on. Please don't push the enemy backwards. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So with that enemy spawn, and that enemy spawn, and any enemy spawn, if you see where the first enemy is going, you know the direction they're going in. Do I trust this? Nope. Oh, that's unfortunate. I hope I don't need that. Oh yeah, I accidentally just overwrote my safety save. Oh dearie. But I better get those odd stones today. There is a way to get an odd stone if I don't get my odd stones, but it will cost me about a minute. Whoops. Note to self, make a second marathon safety save. Thank you. This is Matto. We met him at the job center. Man is weak to pigeons in the face. Literally, you know, I would be too in real life. Simple as that. So, the important thing from this fight is that we get 5,000 yen. That's going to cover a lot of our early game expenses. And more importantly, the Silver Safe Skeleton Key. The Silver Safe Skeleton Key allows us to open every single silver safe in the game, of which we're going to go and do that right now whilst grabbing some taxis for our fast travel. So, this is one of the places I really like having that spare smoke bomb, because you can get some really nasty fight spawns along here. Despite the fact this bridge is quite large, you can't escape from this fight by running on the left-hand side. We can also potentially see our first round of Dragon Engine shenanigans. Didn't happen this time, thank goodness. So, this is going to sound weird due to the fact that obviously it's fixed movement, turn-based RPG. If you've ever played any of the older Yakuza games, you'll know that every single fight has kind of like an invisible barrier to it. So you can't go past the invisible barrier. Even though in the Dragon Engine you can run anywhere, to stop you from going out of bounds indoors and stuff like that, Yakuza Like a Dragon employs kind of the same... Do not car. Thank you. Like a Dragon employs the same kind of logic in that there is an invisible barrier around every single fight. Sometimes the Dragon Engine will say that you are next to or behind that barrier. Stop you escaping. But we love to call little things like this Dragon Engine shenanigans, because it's just Dragon Engine shenanigans. So every single silver safe here contains a weapon for every single of our characters. The only person that we can actually use it on for now is Namba. So we're going to be equipping Namba's new weapon, and then we're going to be running off. Looking out for a specific fight spawn. It isn't here, which means I can go the quick way. Again, just a tiny little RNG thing here. Doesn't exactly lose you much time, only about like 5 seconds or so. But the cutscene trigger for this bit is here at this entrance, whereas on the other side, it's not next to here. You have to kind of go in a little way and a little bit further to avoid any possible fight spawn. And now I'd say the biggest bit of RNG for this entire chapter is about to occur in the next fight. If you remember what we picked up in the previous chapter was a hand grenade. Also, we meet an organization called Bleach Japan. We'll talk about them later. They're kind of the antagonist group of the game. Or one of them, alongside the Omi Alliance. this fight right here, the guy at the front has more defense than anybody else. So we're going to hope to hit him with a grenade and as many others as possible. Namba, please get out of the way. Do not take this grenade. Good. Oh, that's a decent grenade. We'll take that. Usually, on average, you'll have 2 left. It is exceptionally rare that you will take care of every single enemy. In the now 1-year anniversary, a couple of days ago, in the 1 year that I have been running this game, I have only ever killed every single enemy spawn with that grenade once. This very week, ironically enough. So, with that, we're now friends with Hamako. She gives us a place to stay. The Komi Jewel, the second faction of the big Yokohama Free, they're making their move, and we're just going to rest overnight, at which point Adachi's going to turn back up. So, in the meantime, whilst we're going to rest up, I'm going to throw it over to see if we've got any more messages.
You can put
Well, I do have some messages I could share. Such as if you want to get involved and chat about the event and spread the word, make sure to use the event hashtag that we have, hashtag QFGHH2. And allow me to also tell you about what we are supporting here, which is NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. It's the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around 3 pillars. Education and support, that is a single pillar. And then the second one is awareness, and the third one is advocacy. And to highlight awareness for this message, NAMI participates in nationwide awareness opportunities like Mental Health Month, Suicide Prevention Month, and Mental Illness Awareness Week. NAMI has partnerships with a wide range of companies and organizations, for example Fox Sports and Google, that NAMI uses to get their name and mission in front of new audiences.
Lovely, thank you very much. Okay, so you saw in that fight, we basically got access to Ichi's new class. Ichi's new class is the hero class. We're going to be using that for the next chapter or 2. So all of our moves have now changed. We also learned from that last fight a new skill, which is very, very good. It is Pyro Belch on Nanba. So Pyro Belch is our first elemental attack. It is clearly fire. I'm going to hope that Adachi gets an early turn. Which one of you goes first? You. I'll take care of you. Usually you hope to get Namba first in this fight, because if you do, you've got a very, very small chance to get most enemies with Pyro Belch. But unfortunately, this is the bad turn order. So, I should save my MP. This is a... No, actually, no, we level from this. Yeah, Ichi levels. It's just the other 2 that don't. It's fine. Oh, I forgot my level loss for a second there. Ichi levels because he was back at job level 1, so he's getting enough experience to catch up to everybody else's job levels. I'll talk about catch-up EXP a bit later on. We're going to go back to Hello Work, and now that we've got Adachi with us, who is an ex-policeman as well, we're able to get a bit more luxurious jobs. So, down the street is a soap land called Otohime Land. We're going to go and do a bit of work for them, but we're going to taxi to the taxi that we unlocked in the previous chapter, which is going to appear with this suspicious man. This is a sub-story that is unavoidable. This is the Suji Dex. Unfortunately, this fight has already gone wrong. In Yakuza Like a Dragon, especially in this chapter, and I cannot stress this enough, there is a specific turn order that you want to see. I forgot to equip Ichi's weapon. I knew I forgot something. My damage is now low. So, with these fights, we want a very, very specific turn order. That turn order is Nanba, Ichi, Adachi. Having Ichi go first is really unfortunate. There are a couple of moves in Yakuza Like a Dragon that require the person to be standing up. One of those is Pyro Belch. So, the Suji Dex is, as you could probably guess, it's a Pokemon reference. It keeps track of your enemies in the game, etc., etc. Nice Namba start means we can hopefully hit these 2 with Pyro. The red guy is obviously, they're all enemy affiliated like that. The red guy is obviously resistant to fire. The green guy is weak to fizz, which is really nice. It's actually going next could hopefully... Yeah, that's a double. So Reckless will hit all enemies in a line at the point that you use the attack. That's a very, very, very important distinction to make. So again, Namba is not going to be able to hit the red guy too well. Actually, this might work out. Oh, this worked out rather nicely, actually. Never mind. Actually, not too bad. Considering Itchy didn't have his actual damage, that was still the optimal amount of turns to get through that fight. Not bad. I'll take that. Now I'm going to do the thing that I should have done, which was equip Vigi's weapon. It was almost a good menu until I messed up the last thing. So this is Otohime Land. One of the manager's workers is currently having a little bit of trouble. She hasn't turned up for work, and she's their #1 worker. So that's Bleach Japan. Again, we'll get into them later. So the manager has tasked us to go and see what's going on with his worker. So my one problem that I have got is that I do have a big lack of MP on Itchy at this point. Do we have the Cup Sake at this point? Because I could use the Cup Sake to make up. That's a bad fight spawn. That's not going to work. Nope. We're just going to do the save load trick to get rid of these fight spawns. Usually this fight spawn on the left-hand side spawns a little further back, but this time it has not. Thankfully, by doing the save load trick, you can also see that it gets rid of traffic as well. I don't know why it also despawns cars, but I'm not going to complain. So we grab this taxi. We're going to actually use this taxi in this chapter. We're going to use it almost immediately once we've been here. So we're going to eavesdrop, and we're going to find out that the worker Madoka, her grandfather is in a care home called Sunlight Castle. You're not going the right way, so I'm just going to pyro belch you just in case. Ideally, you want to pyro belch this guy. Ideally, you want to use Mega Swing, but I've kind of lost all my MP for Mega Swing, so I'm just going to take care of this guy. Get him out of the turn order. Oh, that also stops me being able to hit the other guy, which is a shame, but Pyro will take him out. Ideally, you take out everybody before they have a go here. Please don't crit Itchy. I need him alive. Thanks. Something I haven't mentioned yet. Something I haven't mentioned yet that is vitally, vitally important. Very similar to certain JRPG series, if your leader, aka Itchy, dies in a fight, that's game over. It doesn't matter if everybody else is alive. If Itchy dies, it is game over. This is going to be a big problem later on. We're going to have to be very, very careful. So this is the Sunlight Castle. We grabbed that taxi because we're going to use it in a minute. We're now also going to go along and grab a couple of other taxis for the next chapter and a couple of chapters ahead of time. This taxi, for instance, we don't use until chapters 12 and 13, but obviously while we're here, we want to grab it because obviously it's going to save us time later on. We're going to be going down that little alleyway later on. We don't have the key to be able to go down there just yet. We get the key for that in chapter, I believe at the end of chapter 11. I might be wrong with that. It's been a while. You get it from a boss fight, ironically enough. It's just random. It doesn't even tell you. It just gives it to you. So, you're going the wrong way, fight spawn. We have to do the save load trick again. So, this odd stone right here is very vitally important, and the reason why I'm very terrified of accidentally overwriting my safety save. We need 3 of these odd stones. We need them to be able to craft a specific weapon in chapter 5. There are 2 odd stone drops in the world, of which that's one of them, and then there's one in a set piece coming up. However, the only way to get another odd stone is from one of 2 fights. Now, the drop rate is reasonably high. I have had it where these fights have given me 0 drops recently, which shows why I'm kind of worried, and I'm very, very worried about that. But as we go back to Otohime Land to report back to the manager, we're going to get interrupted with an uninterruptible cutscene. This is what you'll donate it for. This is going to be the very first of our pound mates, the summon system. So, for the first summon every single time, I will show you the summon itself. I won't be doing it for every single time we do each summon, because otherwise we would be here for an extra 2 hours. But for the first time, because the summon showcase got met, you get to see the legend himself, Gary Buster Holmes. He's been in every single Yakuza game since the original. We love Gary. He's an absolute legend. Now, the nice thing about Gary... Thank you, Gary. Gary does decent damage at the start of the game, but Gary has another little nice factor on top of that. His summon casts Stun, which instantly makes Gary Buster Holmes one of the most viable summons throughout the entire game, even just for stunning people. We're now going to do this sub-story, and this is the sub-story where we're hoping to get our odd stone drops. This sub-story, if you know this one, is Cry My Baby. Yes, we do this sub-story. We need to get money and the aforementioned odd stones. Please drop me one. Thank goodness. We do not need the safety save. So, heart-to-heart with your wife, again, that personality doesn't matter. Sometimes you have to go through a tiny bit of dialogue to be able to skip the rest of the actual conversation. We're going to start doing the stuff in this side quest right now. So we need to go and grab some hot water. The trouble is, we're going to be moving time till the evening, and somehow this water's going to stay hot. We found a guy with some baby formula. His wife has just had a child. It was the last baby formula around. But some Yakuza member just tried to take the baby formula for himself. With this, we're going to go back to Hello Work, and we're going to try and get a job, story-wise, at Sunlight Castle to try and see what's going on over there. And as you can see, with taxiing via our menu, it's 1,000 yen per time, so every time we taxi, we must taxi to the right place with how tight our money is at the start. TLDR, there's a place called the Excellent Room here in the Sunlight Castle, and it's all one big insurance scam. We figured that out. So we're going to go and help Madika's grandpa the next day. But for now, we're going to finish Cry My Baby. This is a long-standing Yakuza veteran from Yakuza 2. His name is Patriarch Gondara. Don't ask. Just go with it. We've got the good starting turn order. There should be at least 2 people. Oh, Gondara, you did not move. Gondara is the one that needs to be hit with Pyro Belch. Gondara is way more active than he usually is today. This isn't going to be enough damage from Adachi, but it still should be pretty decent. Usually, and again, usually Gondara sits in the corner, so even if Ichi goes first out of turn, it's not too bad because you get to do enough damage with Pyro Belch. But Pyro Belch has to hit Gondara. Drink the milk. It doesn't matter which one you pick, just drink the milk. Passion doesn't matter. We get Gondara as a summon. Now, for the summon that I will not be showing off for reasons, not Gondara, but Gondara is an optional one. If we get the very, very rare chance to do Gondara, I will not be showing that one off, just as full disclosure. However, to make up for not doing the other summon that we're not going to see, I'm going to throw you all a omelet summon in the run, because we don't usually use omelet. However, I will make an exception because this is for charity. You'll raise money for the summons, and because I'm taking one out, I'll put one in. Square. You must pick Square here. These are your drink link conversations. The quick and dirty way to describe them is Persona's social links. When you do fights, you get bond points. Now you're beginning to understand why Namba can't die. So, we need Namba's bond conversation in the next chapter. If Namba dies at any point, which is highly likely in this chapter, we will have to do things to rectify that. But for now, we're just going to carry on, and I'm sure everything's going to be fine. The RNG in this game has never been evil to me, ever. Absolutely not. Nope. So, this is where a couple of Dragon Engine shenanigans can happen. We're hoping that Namba starts, and also starts in his correct position. Sometimes Namba can start in the middle of the enemy. Why? I don't know. Even though it would be better to use Ichi here, I always guard till Namba so I can get multiple with Pyro. This is a very bad start with the first guard also moving positions. Adachi is better just to use a normal attack instead of Reckless. There wasn't a good Reckless opportunity. I think I can Mega Swing the both of them. It won't kill this guy. The other guy survived. So what I'll do is I'll hit this guy with Namba because Namba doesn't do as much physical damage as Adachi. And Adachi, even with a normal attack, should have enough for this guy. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Next fight. Once again, Namba first. Please don't start in a weird position. He's in a weird position. So I'm going to make sure I hit Totsuka with this. Totsuka is weak to pretty much everything we can do in this fight. We're going to try and take care of Totsuka first, if possible. If I can get everybody lined up, which this is pretty... Oh, is that a triple? That might be a triple with Totska. That is very good if it is. Oh, that's beautiful. That's such a good Reckless. That makes up for not getting the double with the Pyro Belch that you're supposed to get at the start of the fight. Kano here, despite the fact he's not like a main enemy, actually has the most HP and defense out of everybody in this fight. So I'm going to specifically focus him with Namba. Totska, again, he's going to go down. Don't worry about Totska. I was hoping that would have done more damage. Boop. just boop. Taunt is actually fine. Now, a couple of the enemies going forward, I should use Pyro. A couple of the enemies going forward are all going to have Taunt. Nice crit. Good. So, that's something I failed to mention with Pigeon Raid. Every single pigeon is its own damage source, and every single individual pigeon has its own crit chance. Yeah, you don't rely on crits from Pigeon Raid. But this is the point where we needed every item in every slot to be able to get into the set piece. With Namba first, we're going to be hopefully hitting this guy with Pyro. If you can hit both, it's good, but they usually don't sit together. For Itchy, we're going to use our first instance of Gary Buster Holmes. Hopefully stunning more than that. Can I get this guy? Thank you. Targeting system. If this is a triple, this is pretty good. Nice. Okay. What we usually do is we usually use Itchy's Mega Swing here to be able to hit every enemy. But because Adachi was in a good spot, I can just use him instead. I could save Itchy's MP here. This would be very nice, actually. This would help out a lot. Okay, so we learn a skill called Push and Shove on Namba. Now, I wasn't paying attention to if I got my third odd stone earlier or not, so I'm going to grab this one, the second world spawn of those odd stones, just in case. So, this set piece is one of the most random set pieces in the run. The RNG in here can hurt sometimes. There are 3 enemies that are strong bosses. This is your first. This is Ida. We are very specifically going to get Ida to back up one enemy. Specifically, one. We don't want any more than that. And I'm hoping that she's got a very low agility roll here, which sucks. I'm hoping for a good Reckless here. Which, if I can get Ida... Looks like oh, that looks like a 3. Very nice. Very, very nice. So we want to kill Ida before he summons another person as backup. The reason being... I don't want to hit Ida with this, but it's fine. I can work around this with Itchy. Yep. So Ida's going next. He's too far away. We'll just tag team. Usually you want to Mega Swing Ida next to all the enemies. Is this another triple? Oh, Adachi is actually carrying us. This is great. Adachi's having some insanely good positioning in these fights. This is very, very nice. This guy has a large HP bar, as you can see. He's the one that survives. I have a little bit of extra MP with Itchy for once, although there's no point using the skill because he's already gone. And this guy has less defense, so Adachi will take him out. Nice fight. For using the wrong skill, the wrong target with Namba, that's actually a really nice fight. That's better than how it usually goes. That's really nice. So, Itchy, I prefer to have Itchy with a little bit of spare MP for this next fight, because this next fight, if Itchy goes first, we're gonna have to start with Mega Swing. But ideally, we get the good turn order, which is Namba first. Oh, we've got the weird turn order. The weird turn order is Adachi in any slot that is not third. That's a double. That's nice. That should also finish both. It missed this guy? Ah. But that's why we have Pyro. Very nice. That was very, very fast. Just in case, I'm going to be grabbing this Tyrant in the corner, and because we got the backup in the Ida fight, you can see that Itchy actually levels in that fight. This makes it so that everybody, apart from Namba, has full HP NP. This is fight number 2 for our strong bosses. This is Kasiyama. Good turn order, very nice. We're going to put Gnarly Breath on. This is a defense down. As you can see, every arrow indicates 10%, so this is 20%. Adachi has a very bad agility roll again. I'm not happy about this, because now I have to use Reckless instead. There is one There is one specific circumstance where Kasiyama can actually go down a turn early. It requires him getting pyroed there, which is unfortunate. And then even worse than that, it requires at least one crit, not opportune, but actual crit, from either Adachi or Ichi. So, Kasiyama can potentially kill Namba in this fight from full HP, which would be a little frustrating if it happens, but it is something we factor in for. No crit, no pyro means that, yeah, he's just going to survive. He's going to fierce charge Ichi. This is a little worrying, but Ichi should survive this. Especially if I perfect guard like that. So not too bad of a fight. Definitely not too bad. We have little MP out of this, but it's fine. As soon as we leave the room, we're going to have Kasiyama throw us over to the other side of the actual building. At which point, there is a mid-set piece safety heal, which we will always take. We start skip that so we can get through the door a little quicker. That saves us like a good 3 seconds. Good turn order again. This allows us to pyro multiple people. Starting with Namba is so much more preferable than it is with anybody else. I probably should have taken care of the other guy, but... that's a slightly low damage roll. Shame. Take care of you, so it takes you out of the turn order, and then we can just take care of this guy. So a lot of the early fights is trying to get every enemy out of the turn order as much as possible. This is why stun is such a good status effect, because obviously enemies that can't take their turn, we save a lot of time. This is the final enemy of our nasty enemies. This is Kikagawa. Namba's in a weird position and Ichi's starting. What a bad start. Don't like that. This should hopefully hit 2. Kikagawa's probably going to lose a couple of hits though. No, he didn't actually dodge. That's good. So, the problem in this fight, and especially at this HP, Kikagawa... Ooh, I don't like that. Kikagawa has a specific move that he can do, which will kill Namba at full HP. Ichi should be okay at this HP, but I do need to be a little careful. I'm focusing Kikagawa in case he actually uses his cleave, because I don't want to see it at this point. I'm in a good position, Dachi? No, it's fine. Please use fighting the buff himself up. 20% attack. Not ideal, but as long as Namba's after Ichi, we can finish this fight. Not the greatest of fights, but at the same time, not awful. So with this, we get a key for the storeroom. We passed that a couple of moments ago. Once Ichi moves in this cutscene, you can skip the rest of it. We're going to head back, we're going to open up that storeroom, and we're going to grab something very, very important. Well, a couple of things, actually. We need the map to be able to move forward with the story, because it shows a hidden exit, and more importantly, this hand grenade. That's going to be very important in Chapter 6. We're now going to be running towards the boss. We're going to grab a heal on the way, but there's not much that's going to happen here. So if you've got any messages, now's the perfect time. And actually, before you do, I'll remind everybody that there is a costume bid war going on right now. That's going to close in the next chapter, actually. So if you want to influence that, get your donations in now. But if you've got any messages, now is the perfect time.
Well, allow me to inform people of where this bid war is sitting at right now. Since it will be closing soon, because we've got the Yakuza Legacy costumes sitting at $10, and Onomichio is at 106. So if you want that bid war to change, you will have to be swift with your donations coming in. And we do have two to read out, if we have the time for those as well.
Yeah, go for it.
Alright, well, first off, we got $50 by Nakarashi, saying, good luck on the LAD run Froob. Great event, great charity. Comment I can very much agree with. And then we've also got $5 from Sifrius Kane, asking you, will Namba die? Because it's been a while since you went down. Thank you very much for your donations, everybody.
It got very close. I'm actually going to guard on Adachi because I don't want to wake Ida up. So Ida is weak to Fizz, so I'm going to use Pigeon Raid specifically instead of Pyro Belch here. We need to kill Ida on this turn. Ida doesn't summon backup in this fight, he heals. This is so far a very good end fight to this chapter, which doesn't happen often. That's not the right person to taunt. No, please, I just praised this fight. No. Thanks. So the problem with that is obviously Namba doesn't do any good physical attacks. The one person you want on it is Adachi, because Adachi just does that. Now, the other problem about Kaseyama is that Kaseyama can guard every attack from the front. That's the reason why you want Adachi, is because Adachi just opportunes. He does very good damage. I'm actually going to not attack with Namba so I can get the opportune with Ichi Adachi. This is why I pick up the Tarana. Usually, the Tarana's not the best thing to pick up, but it allows me to keep doing all this damage, so it's not too bad. It's way too late to put Gnarly Breath on Kaseyama at this point, so we're just going to go full damage. See if we can take care of Kaseyama. Which, I don't think this is enough. If it crit, it would be. So you can tell when an opportune attack crits, because not only will the number be yellow, but it will be red as well. Because that's it hitting the weakness as well as the actual crit, but... Okay, cool. That was not bad for Chapter 4, if I'm being brutally honest. That's one of the better Chapter 4s I've had in quite a while. We've got some decent luck here, which is really, really nice, actually. In the multiple runs I've done this week, I've done like 5 runs this week. Every single one of them has at one point been on world record pace, and has either been ruined by this chapter or one of the late game chapters. So... yeah, kind of nice to have some good luck in these early chapters. So we're going to go back to Otohime Land now, and we're going to find that, unfortunately, the owner has been killed. So that's going to set us up for the next chapter. Now, the next chapter, we'll talk about that really briefly here, because the next chapter, in terms of learning Yakuza Like a Dragon as a run, there's a lot of things that you need to consider, like, obviously, like turn positioning, enemy turn order, your turn order, and stuff like that. But in terms of actual learning the run, the worst chapter, in my opinion, is the next one. Not just because of everything that we've stated so far, but because this next chapter is kind of nasty for new runners, because this is one of the longer chapters in the run, and it's also one of the chapters where you have the most to do. So at the funeral for the manager of Otohime Land, we meet a lady here called Sayako. She is Madoka's twin sister. And thankfully for us, Sayako, give it a second, give it another second, is going to become our 4th party member. So you have a maximum party size of 4 in Yakuza Like a Dragon, and Sayako does damage. Not just yet. So, despite the fact that Sayako has joined a couple of levels higher than everybody else, we have better weapons on everybody else. One of the big reasons you do so much damage in LAD isn't specifically your levels, but actually your weapons. Weapons are a massive factor for damage in this game. It's the reason why we're doing a lot of what you'll see in this chapter going forward. So, Saiko's also going to start at job level 1, which is also going to give her a little less stats than everybody else, despite being a couple levels higher. This is Part-Time Hero. He can end the run. This man can end the run if he wants to. We obviously don't want to see that. He, much like Kaseyama, will guard every attack from the front. So I'm hoping he doesn't keep going for Ichi or Namba, because, again, if he decides to end this fight, he will end somebody's life, which we don't want to see. Nice spin. Nice follow-up. Follow-ups are rare because we don't get our bomb level ups much. Nice. This could be the rare Sayako finish. Sayako, get in there. You got this. She does at least a little bit of damage. You can see he even guarded that. So... the nice thing about Clobber Bag is it also has the ability to stun. We don't use it that often, for reasons you'll see coming up. So, more importantly, Part-Time Hero, an hour into the game in the speedrun terms of things, is the game's completion list. The nice thing is it also backdates any completion stuff you've done so far. So because we've taxied a couple of times, we get 2 different personality traits up there. We need that style. We need that style to get to level 4. We talk to the taxi to unlock it for the taxi list. And we're now going to head into the territory of the Yokohama Liumang. Reason being is that when we met Sayako, she was on the phone to Otohime-land's manager, where she heard somebody called for Lao Ma, aka somebody called Mabuchi.
Hey.
So we're here trying to find Mabuchi. Every single person we ask just walks away.
Hey.
And we're going to have a couple of unfriendly faces turn up from the Liu Mang themselves. So in this fight, Ichi has to use Gary Buster Holmes. That's a decent stun rate. I want to take care of Guo. I'm going to wait specifically to make sure that Pyro hits, because I would like to take him out if possible with a Dachi. Sayako's damage isn't that great, but should be able to take care of one of these sub-guys, hopefully? That's the one that resists, I forgot. Reckless goes through defense, so we want to use Reckless on Guo. Wait, even though he resists it. Namba should go after the guy with the most HP because Pyro Belch does work in this fight. Again, we'll get Sayako to take care of this guy. Very, very nice. And this should be fight over easily. Very nice. Everyone levels their job from that. Now, despite the fact that she just joined us, Sayako's going to leave for a little while. We're trying to get into this Chinese pub to follow good old Zeng. She's going to become an employee there for a very, very short amount of time, and the game is now going to introduce us to a brand new mechanic, which I'll get into in a tiny bit. But before that, as we're running along there is going to be a bond link conversation between Ichi, Adachi, Namba. You must do it. Especially important if Namba has died, because this will give us bond points on Namba. Now, Namba can very, very easily die in the next fight, so if you take it here, as you can see, it pushes him to the next level, which is enough for what you need. This is Samir, this is her blacksmith. As I mentioned earlier, weapons are your big damage source in Yakuza Like a Dragon. We're going to be coming here at the end of the chapter. And for now, we get a phone call from Sayako saying that she's managed to get hired by the Chinese pub, so she's going to get us an in so we can have an audience with Zeng to find out who Mabuchi, aka Lao Ma, is. Good fight spawn turning around, we like that. So, it is time for the Zeng fight. Now, this fight is very nasty. Zeng has two new tricks up his sleeve. One of which is the ability for party-wide fear. Party-wide fear, if you are that unlucky, really, really can mess you up. Now, with Sayako, we can just take care of the other ads with Cobber Bag, thankfully. We are going to be hitting Zeng with our best single target attacks. Zeng hasn't used it yet. Zeng's other nice little new party trick is the ability to counter. He has a specific defensive state of which he will counter certain moves. Now, the nice thing is, certain moves of ours do not. Ichi and Adachi. Not ideal. Very not ideal. That's fair, that's fair. So, that's your party-wide fear. It happens. That can hit everybody, by the way. Here's the defensive stance. So, we need to do attacks that are going to stagger him. Thankfully, everybody's stunned, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to try clobber bagging, because obviously half my team is now feared, so I need to do some damage. I wish beyond wish that Ichi didn't dodge that so he could get unfeared. Just... the one time that I didn't want to see the dodge is the one time I saw the dodge. Nice RNG. Absolutely great RNG. Oh, you have to love it when RNG goes well and it's not actually going in your favor. So, we're going to be going back to Otohime Land to spend the night. When we wake up the next day, we're going to get introduced to one of Yakuza Like a Dragon's very, very big gameplay mechanics alongside the blacksmith. It is going to be the job system. But before we get into the job system, we're going to start a sub-story. Now, this is a summon that we get during the run normally, and you get to see it today because you obviously donated towards the charity. This is Nancy. Yes, we use Nancy in the run, so you get to see Nancy. We won't be using Nancy until chapter 7. 6? chapter 6, but you will be seeing Nancy in the run, which is great. So we're going to be going into Hello Work, and we are going to get introduced to the job system. We're going to make one job change immediately. So you're going to be seeing Psycho change job now. You'll be seeing that job later on at the end of this chapter. A reminder that everything we do in this chapter is going to be set up for later in the run. Oh, this actually, I should have mentioned this earlier. This is the point where the costume incentive is going to close. So what is the winner? I should have mentioned that. I forgot. Sorry, that's my fault.
Can I help you?
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm looking it up. So our winner is actually the Yakuza Legacy costumes.
Oh,
Bunch of donations have been coming in for that, and yeah, that is our winner. 260 to 106 for Ono Michio.
Do your best out.
So I'll also read out the donations that probably got us that we've got in the queue here, such as $100 by Napalm Sideburns. $150 from Wells with a comment classic, and a $30 donation from Damon X saying, I hope everyone is having a fantastic day and there's only one name for your Palico. And not only did we see the snipe on the bid war here, we've also crossed over $22,000 raised for Nami.
Yo, thank you all so very much. That is absolutely awesome. That is very, very awesome. So, to say the Yakuza Legacy characters, I had a request to make Sayako into an idol outfit, so she gets Haruka. Ichi here is going to be Kiryu. Date is going to... No, Date is going to be Date. For full disclosure, we are not going to be doing costumes on Nanba, because Nanba's not going to get used in the run. And we're also not going to be getting a costume on Zhao for reasons you'll see later on. But for a certain other character, we will be making them into Kaoru. And there's a character that we don't ever visit the job center with, but because it's for charity, we'll spend the 30 seconds to go over there and turn them into Akiyama. So, what's currently going on is the worst part of learning Yakuza Like a Dragon. This chapter right here, what we're doing right now, when you saw the cutscene we went into Part-Time Heroes where you saw the picture of a cat, when we left, we got a phone call from Part-Time Heroes saying that all the cats have escaped. Not our fault, honest. We're going to go get them back. The reward for that is 1 million yen, and another quest that gives us another 1 million yen and a pound mate, one of the best damaging pound mates in the early game. So as you can see, we're going along and getting our cats, but we're also getting the Kappa statues. Now for this bit, hold right on both of your control sticks as you go through these text boxes, because as you come out of this one, you spin, you turn, you find Nancy. Nancy is always this one.
Yeah.
So with that, we're going to go to the other side of the river. I've got my menuing confused a tiny bit there. For some reason, I thought to myself I need to do Sayako's menu. That's later. Bad fight spawn. So we're going to start this sub-story. We don't do the sub-story. We won't be interacting with it again, but this does despawn the fight spawn that's here and allows us to get to this Kappa statue. One of those things where if you know how to kind of like manipulate, like, obviously, like, sub-stories and stuff like that, you can get rid of some really nasty fight spawns. Now, you might remember before me talking about the bug RNG and getting certain bugs allowing you to get a certain accessory early. I finally had the RNG and the luck for that. As it turns out, the game locks that until we get to the chapter where we get it anyway. So there is 0 point in trying to get it early. Which is a bit of a shame, not gonna lie. But basically, we're going to be going around the city. We're going to be unlocking taxis, grabbing some cats. In this park, there is a total of 2 cats, 1 Kappa statue. However, we can only get one of the cats now. We're going to be leaving the Kappa statue till later as well, probably about another 10 minutes. What I'm going to be doing is keeping a very close eye ahead of me for fight spawns. There's an exceptionally nasty fight spawn that can turn up. I can see it. Which way are you going? Please go the other way. It's going this way. So we're going to have to do the save load trick because we need this taxi, and as you can see on my minimap, there is a fight spawn right here, which is very, very frustrating. So by doing the save load trick, we can literally just carry on and get this taxi without any problems. We're going to be using this taxi a couple of times during the run, especially in this chapter. We're now going to go over to Chinatown. Chinatown has one of the worst fight rate encounters in this game. Look at that late fight spawn. How dare you? Starting off real strong. Just proving my point straight away. I appreciate that. Thank you. So we grab this taxi that's at the top of Chinatown. We're going to be going into the deep part of Chinatown because there is a cat and a Kappa statue that we need to grab. So keeping an eye out for fight spawns on both my minimap and with my eyes because of the late fight spawn. Like that. It's going the correct way, so we should be good. Here's our cat. You can see him having a little bit of a rest on the side. Then we're going to turn around and we're going to grab this Kappa statue. All this fetch quest is only part of what we're doing in this chapter, by the way, which is the reason why it takes so long and why it's so hard to learn. But just remembering everything here is kind of rough. And you can see we're down to 7k yen. As I said, you cannot make that many mistakes with your money. If you do, you're not going to be able to fast travel anymore. Things get very, very scary in this chapter. As you can see, coming up on this electrical box, there is another little cat. Hello. Now, if you get lucky here and you don't have a fight spawn ahead of us, you are going to be able to go down this side of the road where there is going to be, very nice, this spare bond conversation. This is the second bond conversation you can do for Namba, which will obviously give him the necessary bond points, but he's already there by the +0. Good fight spawn means I can sneak through the station. We're going to go through the story, but not quite yet. We very, very, very desperately need this taxi first. Problem about getting the taxi is it can respawn this fight spawn very close to us, so be careful about that. That's a good one. That's a very good one. And we're going to be carrying on the story. So, back in Chapter 3, when Ichi woke up here in Ijincho, he had a counterfeit bill on him. Like, one side was looking like a normal note, and the other side was completely blank. So, we're here to try and figure out whether the Liumang are actually involved in counterfeiting money or not. That's the reason why we went back to Hello Work, was to try and get a job here. We're now going to carry on our big fetch quest. We're going to go over here and grab a premium sushi set. This is for Nancy. We're going to be heading back over this direction where we opened those 3 silver safes earlier. We're going to jump this barricade and be very careful not to go into one of these cars. I forgot to mention earlier, if you get hit by a car, that's a 10-second time loss. So don't get hit by the cars. That's actually usually Kappa Statue number 4, but I missed a photograph earlier. You can use the award at the top right to see if you've actually got like the right amount of Kappa Statues. Here's our penultimate cat for this bit. And the last cat is over in Restaurant Row, the Liumang area. Now, the nice thing about the one at Restaurant Row is that it's not in the chapter locked bit. For those who have played this and have gone after the Kappa statues, you know that 2 of the Kappa statues are actually chapter locked behind Chapter 6 and Chapter 7. We actually won't be finishing the Kappa statues until Chapter 12, but for now we're going to be doing all of this. This is also a very big long bit coming up where I have to concentrate really hard. So I'll explain what's going on here just before we get there. We go back to Part-Time Hero, hand over all 10 cats, at which point he's going to tell us about his final cat, the ever-elusive Robson. You can see we get our million yen there. Robson is on the quotation marks highest point on the map. Not even at the highest point where he is. And we're going to go and get him now for our 1 million yen reward. But that 1 million yen that we just got, we're going to go and spend the vast majority of it right now. If you do not have enough odd stones, there is a fight spawn that can spawn behind that tree right there. You must do that fight spawn. If we didn't get enough odd stones earlier, I would have had to have done that fight spawn after accidentally overwriting my safety save. So up here, you can see here's Robson again. He's not even at the highest point in this park. So, we're going to go down here. We're going to get a Kappa statue, and then we're going to start the big shop. So if you've got time for any messages, now is, again, an absolutely perfect time.
Alright. Well, allow me to tell you a bit more about NAMI, the charity that we're raising money for here, questing for glory, hope, and healing too. As I mentioned earlier in this run, Mommy's work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness and advocacy. And I want to talk a bit about education and support. because via their 48 state offices and more than 650 affiliates, NAMI offers a host of signature programs, presentations, and support groups that are available free of charge. This includes a national helpline that can provide information, resources, and a compassionate understanding trained volunteer to support anyone who calls in. These programs reach more than 300,000 people a year and are life-changing opportunities for education, connection, support, and personal growth. The national helpline that NAMI operates is available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which provides information, referrals, resources, and a compassionate, understanding trained volunteer to support the caller. Back over to you, Froob. Unless you want me to talk more, I can do that.
No, it should be good at this point. Rough-hide? No, not rough-hide. Thick-hide. Silly. I'm buying the wrong materials. So, if you're wondering why we're doing this, the food that we got earlier is going to be used for a quest and also some healing items later, which you'll see. The materials that we just bought here are going to be for weapon stuff. We're going to go to these vending machines, get 5 muscle sodas, 5 kiwami drinks. The muscle sodas are a attack buff. The kiwami drinks are an EXP buff. We'll be using those throughout the run, especially the kiwami drinks coming up. Did grab that earlier. Yes, good. Okay, so that should have been a good shop. If that's a good shop, then we'll run into 0 problems coming up. Here's Robson. Here's Robson's our pal mate and another million yen. So as you can see, we spent literally 900k in that shop alone. So what we're going to do is before we taxi back to Otohime Land to spend the night, we're going to go into skills. Sayako's going to get sparkling. Gear, Sayako's going to get the cotton pouch, and then we're going to go back to Otohime Land. So even though I mentioned earlier that low level jobs don't do as much damage because obviously they don't have as much stats, the cotton pouch that we got doesn't do that much extra damage for now, but it's the upgradable weapon line for Sayako's class. That's important. So we're going to rest over here overnight, and Bleach Japan are going to turn up. They're protesting the grey areas of Japan, and they're doing it in a morally grey area themselves. So we're going to be showing them the error of their ways. Gyros Holmes into... I want to hit Okino with Pyro, because Sayako should be able to take out Yokoyama, hopefully. And then Adachi will take care of you. So even though Sayako is very low level here, she actually has a move that everybody is really weak to. I think I need to Breckless this just in case. This should start with Namba or Ichi in the second phase. This is Kume. Everybody hates Kume in this game, but in the speedrun we love him because he's weak to literally every single attack in the game. I'm not even joking. Every single attack. Perfect, if you ask me. So, take care of that guy, and good old Sayako will mostly, if not fully, take care of Kume, because he's massively weak against everything. That's fine, Adachi will finish this fight. Okay, fine. Decent fight, we'll take it. So with that, Sayako gets a good bunch of levels, and more importantly, we're going to go to nighttime, where you're going to meet what is the single best character in this game. This is Eri, and I am not joking you when I tell you she's the strongest party member in this game. She is phenomenal for multiple reasons. So, this is the business minigame. Every single Yakuza game has a big side minigame. This is Like a Dragon's. We are going to be running the business Ichiban Confections. Get it? #1 Confections, Ichiban, and then also Ichiban Kasuga. Nice alliteration and wordplay here. The first round is going to be a tutorial round. It's going to show you that the business is struggling. We're then going to get tutorialized on how to turn around the business and basically do different buildings. However, I'm going to show you the quickest way to get to rank 100 in the least amount of effort possible. If you're playing this casually, or you're going to replay this casually, and you want a nice little step up for the business minigame, follow what I do here. Here's what we're going to do. We put the right people in the right slots for the business. So, Tomei, Omelette. We then have to fire our 2 employees that we're not using, which is a bit of a shame, because they would be really useful for the shelter meeting. Be very careful here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, upgrade this like this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. That's literally, by doing this is the quickest way to get to rank 100 with the least amount of effort possible. At this point, the business minigame is going to be just 10 minutes of this. And the only thing we have to now factor in is the shareholder meetings. The next time we do the business minigame, we will do a shareholder meeting. I'll show you how to do the first 2 very easily. The last one is the tricky one. The last one is the one you have to pay attention to. We unlock Omelette. As I said, we don't usually use Omelette in the run, but because the summon showcase was met, I will use Omelette in the run. Might not be until the very end of the game when things are a lot safer, but I guarantee you I will use Omelette for you. So we go back to the harbor and we find out that yes, they are making counterfeit bills. They have all of the fake bills there ready to be made into proper counterfeit bills. But before we go back to the business mini game, we're going to be making one slight little detour because again, speaking of the summon showcase, there's a certain somebody that we need to pick up, and her name is Nancy. So, because we have the bento, we can now hand over the bento to save Nancy. The kindness here doesn't matter. Again, it's not any of the personality traits that we actually use. Hand over the premium sushi set, and we get Nancy. You will see Nancy in this run, thanks to everybody's generosity. So, back to the business minigame. This is the nicest part of the run for me, because I get to rest my voice a little bit. After all that explaining of everything that happens in this chapter, this is a nice break. So, this is how you do your meetings. Hire him, and him. Employees heal everybody. Shareholder meeting change board. You for you, and you for you. Not quit. No, fool. Not quit. What are you doing? And this is how you do the shareholder meeting. Aim for the angry one first. So the beginning shield is always a different color. Sometimes it'll be the same, but sometimes it'll be completely different. You want to end every hit with Omelette because Omelette is a very low-cost, high persuasiveness character. You can see Master Sasaoka there as a very low persuasiveness. The only reason he is here is to open up barricades. And old Takeo here is massively weak to Omelette. Which, you know, I would be in a CEO meeting as well, to be fair. And that is the easy way to do the first 2 shareholder meetings. Because of how good Ichiban Confections is, we're going to rise the rank all the way to 134. We are very much on track to get there in 2 shareholder meetings time. Now, debts unlock here. If you want a bit of a step up when you're doing this game casually, do as I say here. Take out a loan of 5 million yen and do nothing with it. What's going to happen now in this business minigame is that every single pop-up in between each round here is going to be completely random. Except for one. The one that is not randomized is coming up as one of the first pop-ups in the section after this one. We don't need it for the run, but if you're playing this game casually, it helps you out a lot to begin with. It is this. The ad campaign. That will always, and I mean always, turn up there. So if you take out a 5 million loan, you can take that ad campaign immediately, and you can just run to the bank with it. But yeah, this is going to be the business minigame. Every single pop-up in between each round is completely randomized. The only thing that is very important for the pop-ups is if any of your staff members ask for a contract raise, give it to them. If Mammoth Tatsu turns up looking for a job, kindly turn him away. Mammoth Tatsu turns up a lot. So we're just gonna kindly turn him away. There is one character that you can get in the business minigame that does help a little bit, but isn't actually fully necessary. And he is a chef by the name of Yang. He has very high persuasiveness for a lesser cost than our 14. Homerun Takashi is also somebody that loves turning up. Once again, kindly turn him down. But before every single shareholder meeting, you must make sure, it's okay for the first two, but you must make sure you make your employees happy. It makes your skill points recover faster and is vitally important for the final round of the shareholder meeting, which is actually a lot harder than the first two. It's very, very tricky and turns the rules on its head. So she gets to 132, or close enough. No, Shunpei, I'm sorry. So make everybody happy, and off we go. So exactly the same as before. Go for the angry ones first.
Let's move on to the Q&A.
You'll see they're pretty much the exact same people from the first round as well. They're very, very easy to take out.
If you have any
And this is why you make them happy, is because you see the bar at the very bottom. You can see the happy icon there. That makes that bottom bar go up faster, which allows us to use our people faster. So again, we use the skill that gives us points and also does damage. So, the final shareholder meeting. This will get us to 117 or 116, which is, if you get either of those, you're on the right track to get 100. Very nice, very, very nice. We're also, as you can see, getting a little bit of money per shareholder meeting, which is going to be very useful for what we're going to do in the rest of the chapter. This is a very good business minigame. There are very few pop-ups in between every single round. Having some pretty decent luck in this run, to be honest. This is nice. After the luck that I've had in practice this past week, this is really nice. This also means my luck at the end of the run is going to go horrifically badly. Nintendo is going to get up to his usual shenanigans. So, maybe still celebrate until the run is done, shall we? So, don't take any of these contracts, you don't need them. Nor do you need Miyakuni. That's every single optional staff member other than Yang that's turned up so far. Grab a drink real quick. We're going to be in here for another couple of minutes, so whilst we get to the final shareholder meeting, once again, if you've got any messages, now is going to be, again, a perfect time, because there's a lot of explanation of stuff after this.
Alright, in that case, we have NDK, who donates $16.29. Very nice. Thank you very much for your donation. And one thing I haven't talked about, so this is a good opportunity to do so, is the prizes that we also have here that you can donate for. We have a Steam key for Master Sanctuary, which is the run we had on earlier. So if that one got you interested in the game, we have a Steam key for Master Sanctuary up for grabs. A $5 donation is required to enter into that, and we also have a Monster Sanctuary cross stitch that you can win for a $5 donation.
That's not right.
On top of that, we also have some prizes related to the game you're seeing on screen right now. We've got a Yakuza Omi Alliance Iron-On patch you can get for a $5 donation, and a Yakuza Tojo Clan Iron-On patch that you can get for a $5 donation. We've also got some donation incentives you can donate towards. We've got the Fuse and Use Mothman incentive for Persona 5 Strikers, which is a run that's coming up later on in the marathon. We need $500 to have that incentive be met, and it's currently staying at $50. So yes, 10% in, $450 left for that. We also have an incentive to fight the Reaper Super Boss for $750 in total, and that currently is sitting at $129.09. And after this, we've got a run of Earthbound coming up, which also has some bit more incentives. You can name the favorite food, name the favorite thing, name the player, name Ness, name Jeff, name Pooh, and name Paula, and name the dog, of many, many naming incentives for the run after this that you can throw your donations towards.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. So, that last shareholder meeting is the nasty one. Basically, the big rule change for that final one is not using Omelette anymore to finish off any of your opponents in the shareholder meeting. Although I messed up once, as you saw, and actually did use Omelette once. But essentially, you want to use Tomei to finish off. Even though Tomei costs 2 more points than Omelette, Tomei does way more damage, even though she obviously doesn't have any great affinity. So, with this at rank 100, we get Eri in the bar. We are going to start with X. He had big poofy hair like this. Very important. You need that charisma. Looks like a cutscene. Here's a cutscene. Not skippable. This is the final story cutscene that Eri will ever turn up in ever again. It's a massive shame. Even though she's an optional character, she just doesn't turn up in cutscenes, and that hurts a lot. Even though she doesn't turn up in cutscenes, she's going to be turning up in our party. She is immediately going to be going into our party now that she's here, and she's never going to leave. With Eri, if you don't get Eri in the run, you lose, and I'm not kidding you here, 45 minutes. 45 minutes. For Namba, circle X, you want the charisma, you want the confidence. We need to get confidence up to level 4, we're only level 2. Now, we're going to be spending most of our food bits here. We're going to speak to this bartender that looks somewhat familiar to some people. Who knows? Not you, Iroha. His hitbox is really hard to hit. Namba's hitbox is bigger than his. I dislike this hitbox greatly. He teaches you how to plant seeds to grow food, but as you saw, we already bought food. We're going to be making 10 chilled noodle lunch boxes, which recover 500 HP of the entire party. And then we're also going to be making 10 special lunch boxes, which recover 200 HP and 200 MP for the entire party. These are your healing items for the entire run. Obviously, being a marathon, I like picking those up just in case, although there's a couple of places where I do the normal run where they get a little scary and nice to have in the first place. So, not quite done with our shopping just yet. We're going to go and do a small little shop now. We're going to be going over to the big pharmacy on the corner here. We're going to be grabbing ourselves a couple of optional items as well as items that are going to be necessary. So, in the pharmacy, we're going to grab, give it a second, 2 paralysis poultices, 2 mental supplements, 4 first aid kits, which revive your party members, and 40 Semiline Super X, which is an item that upgrades your weapons, which you're going to need in this chapter. The first aid kits should be pretty obvious. They res allies at half HP. The paralysis poultices and mental supplements are for, you can probably guess the paralysis poultice. They're for status ailments during this run that can potentially lose you minutes. Or even the entire fight. So we'll see. We need a bit more stats, so we're going over to the old vocational school. The vocational school has a bunch of different tests. I have to concentrate here because I tend to make a mistake here every so often.
Good luck.
It's 10 different questions. That's drifting. That's pins. Am I crazy? That's cross country. That's albatross. I don't like these questions. Those are pins. You know those are pins. Please tell me I got 3 right. Those are the ones I don't like. Like any good student, I remember the answers, not the question. Oh, thank goodness, Gorkaku. Thank goodness. That's a pass. Yeah, man, Itchy. Alright, so. How many did I get wrong? I got 1 wrong. Okay, that wasn't that scary. So, we're going to be doing 2 other tests. The next 2 tests are a lot easier for me, which is nice. Well, actually, one of them isn't. The first one is it's Underworld Studies, aka previous Yakuza game questions. Goro Majima. You may see him later. Terra. Sasai. Hatsushiba, not Kanemaru, that's fine. That is Tamashiro. That last question is a bit of a weird one because the Tamashiro family is part of the Tojo clan, but they're not a direct subsidiary. So the Tamashiro family is the family in Yakuza 3. These quizzes actually have 3 Yakuza 3 questions. Shout out to Yakuza 3. Good video game. We like Yakuza 3 in these parts. It's a very good game. Speedrun's a bit interesting. And one final test where we're going to be doing Fashionista. So, with Fashionista, that is Polo the Sport. That's Nylon. Wool? Question mark? That is a toga. Why do I keep every time? That's an alibi. Well, I don't know why the grease and toga doesn't go together in my head. For some reason, every time I do that question, I see kimono, and I know kimono is Japan, and they don't ever ask you what clothing is from Japan. But for some reason, I keep looking at toga and going, ah, kimono. No. No. It's incorrect. So, this is the weird part of the run. This is where we very specifically want a fight spawn. Just in case, because of marathon setting, I'm going to make a safety save because things can go very wrong here. We want a specific fight spawn. The enemies in this area are a lot higher level than us. This is not going to be an early one by the looks of things. Is that it down there? It is. It's the late one. And it's going... it's coming towards us. That's fine. We need to get Adachi to level 15. If he died before this point, we would give him a Kiwami drink. And we also need to start getting Eri to level 15. Please don't kill Ichi, Adachi, or Eri. Thank you. Ichi, I'm going to need you to bring out the agility, friend. Ah. Okay, that's fine. Here's your first sighting, ladies and gentlemen, of good old Robson. Look at how cute he is. When in fact, he's actually a wild tiger. Look at this summon. This is a good summon. That's our Robson. Robson is one of the strongest summons in the early game, especially. As you can see, I don't like the fact more people are alive and not charmed. As you can see, Robson here, who's alive, you need to go just in case. Ooh. Eri doesn't do much damage here because job level 1, so make sure to do rolling kick, which gets through defenses. Robson does very, very good damage, but also, as you saw, has the ability to charm. Charm is pretty decent. It's not quite as durable as stun is, but it keeps the enemy busy for a turn. So, we have enough style that this man lets us in the toilet. I don't ask. There's a secret door in this toilet. And inside the secret door is the casino. So we're going to be buying 100k's worth of chips. At which point we're going to immediately be exchanging it for the tarot cards. With that, we have now officially spent over 1 million yen. This gives us a confidence increasing achievement in the completion list, which enables us to get just enough confidence to be able to go to this underground casino. Everything for this is routed out absolutely beautifully, which was pretty much all done by Metza, which is cool. Shoutouts to Metza for the route for this run. So we're going to be buying 100k yen worth of wooden tags. I have to get this menu right, so give me a second here. Bulletproof shield, box cutter, equip, and table sparking. Good. It doesn't look like that hard of a menu, but I've messed that up a couple of times and lost the run that way. And now we're going to go to the point where we've done literally everything in this chapter 4. It's over to Samir's, where thankfully I have enough odd stones after accidentally overwriting my safety save. Good job. We're going to be raising our funds. And then we're going to be making 2 weapons. First is the lightning bandages. And the thing that we need the odd stones for, the voltaic yellow wine. We had way more than enough, that was nice. Now we're going to strengthen. We'll do the bandages times 1. Box cutter by 5. 2, 3, 4. If my shop earlier was incorrect, by the way, then we're going to lose a big chunk of time here. Which can happen. More often than I would like to admit, if I'm being brutally honest. 3 for the shield. Very nice. 3 for the pouch. And 3 for the cards. Please get through this fine, because this is the big time loss bit. Beautiful. Perfect. So now we're going to be going over to Hello Work. We're going to be taking 2 characters and changing them into 3 different jobs. So because the Yakuza Legacy characters won, Ichi's going to become Kiryu, and Adachi's going to become Date. Don't worry about Eri. We'll change her in a bit. So Foreman with Ichi.
You're doing great.
Into Host. That's Ichi.
Congratulations.
Good lad. And then Adachi is going to become Enforcer. Date style.
You're doing great.
So,
I'm sure.
we get the cross-class skill Demolish by going over to Foreman for the briefest of seconds. This is going to enable us to open up a whole bunch of hidden shops around town and the rest of the game. We're going to go do one of those right now. I don't like Sayako's HP either, if you're wondering. I'm going to heal her, don't worry. Probably. It's a marathon, I really should. We're going to hand over some of our remaining vegetables here to specifically get a item called the Magic Lighter. This is a job item, of which we're going to go over to open up this shop with Demolish. This is Fumie's shop. We're going to get a couple of items with Fumie, beginning with 7 gold safe keys, 9 smoke bombs, because we managed to keep our other ones spare, 2 gambler's ties, which are job EXP items, and 2 fancy business cards, which are also job items. So they will give us extra experience on our jobs. Sayako's going to get the magic lighter as well as the toy bracelet for more magic. Eri's going to get some shoes. And then we're finally going to finish this chapter. Finally. I know, that's a bad fight spawn. We don't like that. I'm going to heal Sayako just in case. It's very rare, but there's a chance. Okay, this fight spawn is being problematic. We're doing the save load. Save load is essentially a get out of jail free card. We want to save those smoke bombs. There's a very important rule behind those smoke bombs we'll get into in the next chapter, because the next chapter is exceptionally luck based and requires those smoke bombs. Actually, hopefully not, which would be great. But this is the final part of the chapter where we're going to get found out that we're snooping around. So, beginning with Eri, she needs a bit of experience. We're going to give her a Kiwami drink. That's 30% extra EXP. We're going to summon Gary Buster Holmes. You very rarely counter. I really wish you would not, because that's not necessarily a problem, but it is a potential worrying point. Now, Adachi's going to start the second phase of this fight. You must use Reckless immediately. Very, very rarely you can get all 3 of these guys, but usually it's just 2. So that'll be 2. If one of the normal ads survives, take Eri and use Rolling Kick. It breaks through their guard. And then our best single target on Yan. So Tag Team Essence Mayhem. Sparking Cannon, which is going to do a very, very big amount of damage. Dynamite Ignite is fine, it doesn't do any damage. And we'll finish him with a Strike Down.
I wouldn't underestimate me.
Somebody low damage rolled. Excuse me? Who low damage rolled? Not too happy with that. That is supposed to finish the job, so somebody's definitely low damage rolled there. Either way, that is finally the end of Chapter 5. That's why that chapter is a bit rough for learning this run, is it's so long, it's one of the longest ones in the run, and there's so much to remember. That's Laomar. That's Mabuchi. We're in trouble. So, this next fight has a couple of special rules to it. We're going to get saved by a guy called Jungi Han. More on him later. Yan here, you might remember we picked up something back in Chapter 4. If this goes right, you will see me only use Stack Slap once. Which it will. He's going to try and steal something off me, which usually doesn't work. And we're just going to use 1 Stack Slap. Now, the important rule for this fight is that it puts Ichi back into his default job. So, we have to go back into our menu. First of all, go to Eri. Put on Rolling Kick and Thumbtack Scatter. You'll see that real soon. And put on the fancy business card that the game automatically, for some reason, removes from Ichi. Now, solo target healing in this run is very, very rare. So we're going to be grabbing those Stallion X's. And we're going to be carrying on. Eri, as I said, is one of our best physical damage dealers, as you will see evidenced here. Thumbtack Scatter is an AoE attack. It is very, very good. This guy's going to counter, please don't run away. Sometimes he will literally run down the entire corridor, but who knows why. So, I'm going to be giving everybody a big warning in this chapter to turn your volume down at 3 different points. It is very, very important you do this. But for now, let's talk about escaping fights again. If you remember from earlier, all you need is enough space behind your character. Stats don't matter. So, I'm going to try with as many people as I have turns. Don't think Sayaka will work either. That is some bad, bad luck. So, we're going to use a smoke bomb. The problem with the smoke bomb is that you need vision of the enemy to be able to have the smoke bomb work. This is the reason why we will not be using Eri's smoke bombs when she's around a corner like this. Now, most of the time, as you can see here, Eri will escape from a fight almost instantly. If you remember back in Chapter 2, it actually took a lot longer to escape from a fight. That's because not only is Eri one of the best attackers in this game, she needs less room and less time to escape from a fight. Eri is amazing at running away as she is in a fight. Now, the warning. We are in the sewers. The problem with the sewers is sound. Sound is slightly amplified because we're in the sewers. Now, RGG didn't anticipate that we would be finishing fights in a single hit. And in the sewers, we need to do 3 fights specifically for EXP on Eri and Adachi. I'm getting some bad escape luck today. We need 1 fight on Adachi and we need 3 fights on Eri. So, coming up in the next fight, if we finish this fight in 1 turn, it's going to get loud, and there's nothing I can do about it on my end. So here is your first warning. Turn your volume down now, and I genuinely mean that. Ignore the people in chat saying turn up. Please turn your volume down now. If this crits, it's going to be loud.
Right. I have secrets too. I'm not backing down.
Duh. I just like to remind people that I don't get lower volume on my end. I have to listen to that at maximum volume, and it's exceptionally loud. I get it way worse. Keep that volume lowered. This one isn't as bad because there's only 3 enemies, but it does get a little bit loud still. So just keep that volume lowered. Again, as you can see, Eri is fantastic. Look at her. She's the harbinger of destruction. It's amazing. So again, not too bad that one because there's only 3 enemies, but it's still reasonably loud. There is a fight coming up at the end of this floor that we're really hoping to manually avoid. It's very hard to do, but if we do, that'll save us a good bit of time. Again, Eri doesn't have vision of the enemy, so she's going to have to try and run anyway. Good escape. Oh, here's some fun facts. I'm floating right now. When you come out of a fight and you hit an object, for some reason you start floating for a couple of seconds. Unfortunately, we can't use that in the run because the walls are actually solid all the way up. Oh, I got lucky to get past that fight. So, big important thing and a problem that I just hit there. I just hit the tarpaulin on the left-hand side. The problem with that is that when you hit a wall or something like that, you bounce off it, but you don't just bounce off it. You displace your entire hitbox, and you push it away from you. And the problem with that is it pushes you, as you could probably guess, right into the fight. This is a big, big problem in the finale of this game, where we can lose up to 3 to 4 minutes if our fight skips do not work. But we'll get into that when we get to the finale, which will be in about hopefully less than 3 hours time. So, bad escape. I'm going to intentionally target this enemy to tell the game that I want to run parallel away from him. That, I know, is a good direction to be able to escape from that fight. So with your fight spawns like that, not only can you just run at the start of a fight, which is a bit more random, by selecting an enemy like that, you are guaranteed to run parallel away. Not guaranteed to run from the fight because Dragon Engine shenanigans as per usual, but it gives you a much better chance at escaping from a fight.
Right.
Okay, Eri's got a mix of good runaways and bad runaways today, so this is an average chapter 6 so far. It's not terrible, but it wouldn't be what I would call great. So this set piece is going to be about another 5 minutes of just escaping from fights. The really loud fight for the last time is going to be on the next floor. So whilst I'm running away from fights, if you got any messages, now is an absolutely perfect time.
Oh,
I got this.
during the previous time where I talked to you lovely folks watching us here at Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2, I mentioned the prizes that you can be eligible for with a $5 donation. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the people that made these prizes available. Such as the Monster Sanctuary Steam Key, which was provided to us by Moy Rai. Which, yeah, you can follow this. Yeah, you can follow them on twitter.com/Moy_Rai_. And if you just want to buy the game straight up, you can get physical copies of the Monster Journal at www.monster-sanctuary.com. In addition to cross-stitch for Monster Sanctuary...
2 seconds, just quickly, volume warning. Sorry, carry on.
Okay. I can talk even louder and be louder than it, but I won't, don't worry.
I'll show you.
But yeah, the cross-stitch was provided to us by Shawnee7188, with the pattern for the cross-stitch made by full_featureitis.
Here we go.
And yeah, these people can be followed at twitch.tv/fullfeatureitis and twitch.tv/Shawnee7188. Additionally, the Iron On patches for Yakuza, for the Omni Alliance and the Tojo clan that we have available, they were provided to us by Wolf and Wings, who you can follow on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and Tumblr under the handle Wolf and Wings Shop. And you can find their shop over on Etsy at wolfandwings.etsy.com. So yeah, thank you to everyone for all the prizes that we have available. There will be more prizes later on during the event, so there will be something for everyone. So stick around for everything we do here. And yeah, Froob, back over to you.
Thank you very much. Apologies again for having to interrupt. That fight is supposed to be the third fight where you can get the really loud volume, but as you saw, 2 enemies survived, which is really bad luck. If any enemies survive, there obviously isn't any crunch sound. This room looks like you can get to those stairs really quickly. You actually can't, so we like to run into the middle of the room to give Eri more of a chance to run from the fight. And something that I don't think I mentioned earlier that's very, very important for this chapter. You must get out of this chapter with a bare minimum of 4 smoke bombs remaining, ideally 5. If it's 4, there's an extra fight we can run from in a bit, but the other smoke bombs are gonna be utilized during the run. Again, fight skip here by sticking to the right-hand side. Try not to hit the fridge so that you bounce off. Not too bad, not too bad. This is the last normal floor, and this is where the worst fight escapes come in. These are some really nasty ones. Dragon Engine shenanigans usually happen in this fight. Let's find out if it happens or not, so I can actually give you an example of it. Nope, actually worked. Good lass, Eri. Thank you very much. Eri's had some good luck with her escapes in some of these fights. Do appreciate that. So, 2 more fights to escape from, and then that's going to be the end of the normal enemies in the set piece. We're also going to be doing a little bit of a skill shortcut equip on Adachi. We'll run parallel away from this guy, that'll work. Very good. And one more fight, which I should actually be able to just pure smoke bomb, unless Eri is, again, stuck behind a wall. Which can and will happen. Oh, look, she's behind a wall. Oh, she's got it, though. Ah, thank you, Eri. All right, so we're going to do a very, very brief skill shortcut for Adachi. We're going to get Breaking Top, Paralysis Prongs, and Shield Blast. Paralysis Prongs is one of the most dangerous skills that you're going to see in this entire run, and you'll see that coming up in a bit. But for now, I'm going to head up these stairs into our next big boss fight. Yan's back. At this time, he's got some heavy machinery. So, if you've done everything up until this point, this fight is nice and easy. Rolling kick, I don't want him to be skills menu, I have that on the shortcut. Breaks with the defense. Tag team, Essence of Mayhem. Which it is weak to. Good old Sparkling Cannon. And then a lovely little shield blast from Adachi. This is going to get the fight halfway through, which is going to get Yan out of the excavator and reset the turn order to my turn. So, as I said, Eri needs just that little bit of extra EXP. So we're going to start with a Kiwami drink to get her 30% more from this fight. Boss fights give you an insane amount of extra EXP. Opportunity Strike Yan from Sayako. Now, this is Paralysis Prongs. Watch this damage. You're alive. Somehow. Somebody once again low damage rolled. I don't like how this keeps happening. It's not wrong weapons, because if it was wrong weapons, then it wouldn't have been a one-turn crane, so... Somebody just low damage rolled. Great. He's supposed to go down after Adachi's Paralysis Prongs, but the important thing to note about Paralysis Prongs is that was nearly 600 damage. That's going to triple in 3 chapters' time. Paralysis Prongs is disgustingly strong against the right enemy. So, we're going to... Mabuchi aka Lalmar has made a video with us in it, and it's a incorrect video, and we are going to try and stop him using that to start a Yakuza war between the Seiryu clan, who we went to back in chapter 4, and also the other powers here in Yokohama, aka the Komi-Jewel. Mabuchi wants the Liu-Mang to obviously take over. He is also trying to take over the Liu-Mang himself. Now, as far as the summon showcase goes, it's time to see your next big summon. It is finally time. It is her time at last. Good spread. Sayako? How did you get that agility? Hello? What the? She's not supposed to have this much agility. Hello? It's finally time for Nancy. Love that summon. Love that, Nancy. So I'm going to guard specifically so that the poison just takes him out. It's a lot quicker than me doing an attack myself. You might have seen it on the left-hand side. There's a Kappa Statue. That is, story-wise, the penultimate Kappa Statue. For us, we've got a couple left. We're going to demolish into this room here, and we're going to go shopping. We love Eri and her damage so much that we're going to give her 2 superpower rings to give her an extra 30 attack, but we're also going to do the same for Adachi. And we're going to give a silver bracelet for 15 magic over to Sayako. It is very important you replace the toy brace, not the magic lighter, but the toy bracelet. For this fight, it's very important that you do not start skip into it. It is a long load time that does not get counted as a load. In this fight, go for the guy with the big HP bar. Mostly because the other enemies will go down to Gary Buster Holmes with the damage buff. Very nice. So, I guess now's a good time to explain the... if we call it a crit buff or a damage buff. You've probably seen a couple of times like there, where some of my summons have an exclamation mark on them. That means that we get extra stats from it, or extra bonuses. So for Gary Buster Holmes, it's a little extra damage, but it's also a guaranteed done on everybody. Takabe having high agility again today, that's fine. And Sparking Cannon will take him out. So once again, we gave an EXP drink over to Eri. This will get her to level 15. Thank goodness. And now it's time to show you Eri's true potential. It's time to make her really strong. Because at job level 15, she gains access to a brand new job. That's our boy Zhao. He is the leader of the Liu Mang. He wants us to get proof that the footage is fabricated, and to do that, he has told us to go see the Komi Jewel, because they will be able to help us. So, we're going to go over to Hello World, because we're going to be changing Eri's job. This is a job that is only available for your female party members, so Eri and Sayako. Sayako is more magic-orientated, whereas Eri is more attack-orientated, so it actually fits her better. And for Sayako, it's locked behind her job level 4.
Can I help you?
It is the dealer class. We'll make her Kaoru because Sayako is Haruka. Dealer is broken. Dealer is very, very strong. The attacks will get up to the level of paralysis prongs. Fight spawn down the end is bad, it's coming this way. It's getting rid of that. We have to speak to Songhee here, but you have to go to the actual point of the cutscene to be able to do that. And this is the one break point in the entire run that you get. You get about 20 to 30 seconds. It's an auto walk here. You can't skip this. You can't skip the dialogue. This is Songhee, leader of the Komi Jewel. You're not supposed to find that out yet, but whoops-a-daisy, you'll find that out in about 5 minutes. Now is a very good time before we start this big long set piece. If you've got any messages, now is also a very, very good time.
Oh, it's so great. Guess it's all okay then.
Alrighty, well, we've got some donations here. $20 from Burbs, saying Froob runs are always awesome, and so is this cause. Thanks to all involved. And on top of that, we've got another $5 from the Pan 2, with no comment. So yeah, before I throw it back over to you, Froob, I want to pose a little challenge to the wonderful viewers here. Can we get this donation counter to say exactly 22222?
Gary, yeah. So I had to think for a second there what summon I use in this fight, because I keep forgetting half the time, and that's actually a bad problem. I need Nancy for the next one because of the poison. So, this is the Komi Jewel set piece. I was hoping he'd be drunk enough that he wouldn't attack me. I don't think Ichi levels from this fight, but he will soon enough, so it's fine. Should from the next one. So, Eri starts at job rank 1, which is why we don't attack with her. We're now going to start attacking with her because she's now job rank 5 and just got a new skill called Jackpot Chip. It's not a guaranteed crit, but it is very, very strong. Psycho's agility again? What's happening today? Unfortunately, it did not crit, which is going to make this fight a little bit longer. But Sparking Cannon's going to do good damage. Now, we're going to hope for a good poison spread from Nancy. Hopefully on all of the remaining enemies. Which is good, because then they just die to poison like that. Now, more importantly, Eri hits job level 6. We're going to shortcut Jackpot Chip and her brand new skill, Dart Airstrike. Dart Airstrike is actually one of the most powerful skills in the game. You would think, in terms of move affinity, you would probably think that Dart Airstrike would be knife, right? Incorrect. Dart Airstrike is gun. Don't ask. I don't know either. But Dart Airstrike counts as gun affinity, and there are a lot of enemies that are weak to gun affinity. So, you'll see what Dart Airstrike is like going through here. Now, I'm going to hope beyond hope that we don't get the glitch that we had this past week here. Because if I do, I'm going to be losing a minute and a half coming up. For the first time in running this in a year, I had this next bit glitch out, unfortunately, and we couldn't carry it on without restarting the entire set piece. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. It did not. Good. Basically, this bit just failed to load in. Now, this bit, for some reason, LED has some wicked mouse acceleration, which actually really helps for, obviously, this bit. You just have to find all the Komi Jewel members. There we go.
There it is.
And this is a good point that I usually mention. Everyone always asks me, how do I remember what to do in terms of turn order for LED? I just remember what Ichi does. That's how I remember everything in LED. If I know this fight is a Robson fight, simple as that. Now, As you've been seeing, I've been starting to use the smoke bombs in this set piece. If you've accidentally used a muscle soda, grab that box. There's a muscle soda in it. If you're max, don't grab it because it just goes to your stash. If you only came out of the previous chapter with 4 smoke bombs, this is the fight to run from. Otherwise, just smoke bomb. At this point, I actually have 3 spare smoke bombs, which is really nice. That's a nice little buffer for the Chinatown shenanigans that's going to happen in this run. So we're going to be running up here, and one of the big main reasons that we also unlocked Eri is about to occur. If you're a new runner, I would highly recommend when going up these stairs on the right-hand side here, that box right there is a first aid kit. As soon as we say we're ready to Namba, say goodbye to Namba for an entire third of the game. He is going to leave the party. Big long plot exposition. This is where they're making counterfeit money, but they also have a big security system here that can see the entire city.
Let me prove it to you.
We need to get a bit lucky in this fight. This is Dart Airstrike. Remember, this is a very low level Dart Airstrike. And it's already doing that much damage. So, hoping that Joongi Han gets drunk to stop him using specific skills. He did not. He's going to use Divine Shot, his AoE attack, which is really nasty. Usually doesn't kill anybody, but does get close to Sayako. Oh no, Eri got a high agility roll. Oh, the paralysis might save us. So the problem is, we want Adachi to use paralysis prongs to put him next to Joongi Han, because then he'll aim for him, rather than Sayako. Thankfully, he was paralyzed, so he's not going to attack anyway. And even though one of the darts missed because Dragon Engine shenanigans, we are fine. Easy fight. I should never use the term easy fight with Joongi Han because this fight is actually problematic. Joongi Han has a couple of attacks he can do to Adachi. Like, one can put him to sleep, which makes it so that Joongi Han takes an extra turn, and he can technically kill Ichi. So, you know, not ideal. So not only is Dart Airstrike good at single target, but it's also very good at AoE. Like so. So we're going to be using good old Gary Buster Holmes in this fight. Going to be hitting the guy with the most HP with Sparking Cannon. Should have hit the other guy because he's not stunned and it's his turn next. Please don't stealth. I should have hit you. This is the problem with crossbow enemies. You can't hit the crossbow enemy until he comes out of stealth, which takes an entire turn of your go. Ah, crossbow enemies. And he missed anyway. He could have at least hit me or something, dude. Alright. If at all in the next couple of fights, Ichi manages to go early in the turn order, we're going to have to change things around. You can see in this fight, there's 3 crossbow enemies. We're hoping beyond hope that Dart Airstrike hits the 3 ads instead of the main guy in this fight. Did not, so I'm just going to have to use Tag Team on this guy. Thankfully, Sayako's high agility should finish this guy off. Nice, good. Sometimes you don't finish that fight off because somebody low damage rolls, but this time we're pretty good. And for the final fight, you can see there's 3 enemies. Again, if Ichi goes first, we'll be using a summon to get rid of the ads. But with Eri, as you can probably guess, the 2 ads are gone with Dart Airstrike. You will be seeing Dart Airstrike for the vast majority of this run. Dart Airstrike is disgustingly good. This guy actually has surprising physical resistance, so I'm going to use Sparking just to make sure he goes down. And that is the end of the Komi Jewel set. But before we go, very, very important, because we do not come back here. Well, actually we do, but it's too late at that point. Turn around, go up the stairs, camera out, Kappa Statue. And we're off. We're going to go to the homeless place where Namba usually resides. We're going to go see the Hobo Chief here, and we're going to see that Namba hasn't been back here. Namba has gone missing. So we're going to go... Obviously, this side, again, is a bit quicker for cutscenes. We're going to go through good old Chinatown. I said this earlier, Chinatown has some of the worst fight spawn luck in the entire game. It won't be a problem when we get to Chapter 12 onwards, but for now, it is going to be. So we have to keep our eyes very much open for fight spawns. Keep an eye on the minimap. Late fight spawn is not good. If it keeps going, we should be okay. If not, as I said earlier, we have spare smoke bombs. So even though we're getting into this fight, we have the spare smoke bombs to just say no. And because we're so close to the end of the road, the fight spawn should not respawn in front of me. We should be safe to just go to the end point of this chapter, which is here. Jungi Han is waiting for us and takes us into a meeting between the big three powers of Vijincho. Yes, the Seiryu clan, the Komi-Joel, and the Liu-Mang are all actually meeting, and they're allied together, despite what everybody's been saying. So, with the Komi-Joel's surveillance system, we're going to find that Namba has unfortunately gone over to Bleach Japan. We're going to go over to their offices, which are over by Part-Time Hero, and we're going to go and try and get him back. This is the shortest chapter in the entire game. There's literally 2 fights. Guess what? This guy's a fight. So we're going to start to learn a little bit about Bleach Japan and about what they're doing. This guy's from the Komi-Joel. You can see that he has a crossbow. This is a weird one. We want him to hit Ichi, preferably in this fight, because Ichi levels from this fight. Wow, you have a high agility roll today. It doesn't matter when Eri crits you twice because she's that good. Did I forget to mention Eri's gonna become our crit machine later on? Because she is. I do appreciate that she's, starting early. If you have a dance emote, shove it in the chat. This is where your good fight themes start. So, please, early Ichi, very nice. We are going to go and use a Muscle Soda over onto Adachi. And then Ichi is going to use Robson, starting phase 2 of this fight.
Cool. Who do I call?
Love this fight theme. It's so good. If Namichi doesn't use a specific skill, we can get through this fight very, very fast. We're going to be using Sparkling Cannon to start. And then I want you to watch the damage that we do with Paralysis Prongs. Remember when I said the damage is going to triple? Watch this. Look at that. That's disgusting. He did the good attack, so we don't have to worry now about his turn taking an extra turn too long. So what we're going to do is we are just going to keep hitting him with some normal attacks. His HP actually stops at this point because he has a HP blocker. He's going to use Crimson Aura. As long as we get out one more attack with Adachi before he dies, that's fine. If Adachi dies in this fight, the EXP doesn't matter too much. He will actually get that back later. The only one that worries about dying in this fight is Ichi, which he won't do at this point. We're good. Nice, good fight. Good fight, and that is literally the end of the chapter. We're going to go into the offices of Bleach Japan and see a newspaper cutting. Earlier on in the game, we were told that the young master had actually passed away while Ichi was in jail. That's actually a lie. He's very much alive and is no longer in a wheelchair, and he's actually a politician now. And that is the end of that chapter. So, beginning with this chapter, this is where all the bosses get massively nasty. The start of this chapter isn't too bad. We're going to be going and fighting a familiar face. But until we do, if you've got any messages, now is a very good time.
Well, first off, I want to mention that the chat was most certainly dancing.
Nice. Good.
And, yeah, furthermore, we got like an anonymous $27 donation that took us to exactly $22,222.
Nice.
And following that up is another $5 donation from the Pan2, saying, making up for the lack of comment earlier. Love to see Froob run Yakuza games, and especially if it's for a good cause. Looking forward to seeing all the Tendo spinning in chat later on.
Goodness. Nancy. Yep.
Yeah.
Want to make sure I get the right summon here.
You keep your donations coming, it's all for a wonderful cause.
It is. I want to, I'll take this time. We can get lucky and save some time in this fight if you get a good positioning for an Adachi Shield Blast here, but with 4 enemies left, it's not going to happen. I want to thank everybody as well, everybody who's obviously donating, everybody who has, done prizes for the event, and also obviously thank Nami themselves. I suffered from severe agoraphobia for a good 10 years of my life, so I know what it's like to have mental health problems, and yeah. having charities that are focused on that is really, really good. Speaking of really, really good, no fight spawn here. It's on the other side of the road. This saves me like 10 seconds. It's a dumb little time save, and it's fully reliant on RNG, but good. Nice little segue into that. So, the next thing that's going to happen is a boss fight. There are 4 boss fights in this chapter. Essentially, this is just a big boss fight chapter. We're now learning that Bleach Japan, not just Bleach Japan, it turns out that Bleach Japan also have some members of the Omi Alliance in their ranks. They're trying to tear down the way to Komijo because they know that Komijo's surveillance system. We want to get exceptionally lucky, which is very rare in this fight, and have Ichi start. Kume's back, still weak to every skill in the game. So because Ichi doesn't start, we're going to start with a jackpot chip. Let's see if we can get the crit this time. Beautiful. Reason why we want Ichi to start is this. Gary takes care of everyone. And then because Gary takes care of everybody, as you can probably guess, like, Ichi taking care of everybody, that's gonna have Eri be completely ready for just that airstrike and Kume, which ends the fight early. Because, again, there's your crit opportunity. You saw the red around the actual number there.
Look at me go.
Akume's weak to everything, so having Dart Airstrike hit him is fantastic. You can't guarantee it with all the enemies around because Dart Airstrike is a random free enemies. Actually, let's make that safety save for what's coming up here. We should be good with new strats, but this is a dangerous fight. Not this one, this one's actually fine. The fight after this one is dangerous. In this fight, ideally we want the enemy to hit Ichi and Adachi. Because neither of them have died, and obviously Ichi can't die, then we should be getting a level up on Ichi and Adachi at the end of this fight. I'm going to take care of this guy because he's on his own in the hopes that we can get Adachi to take care of all the other 3. That would make this fight go much quicker, although Muraoka has way too much HP, I feel. That's unfortunate. Also unfortunate. I don't think this hits everyone, does it? I should have hit Muraoka just in case. Ah, I took him out. Nice. So, this is a very rough fight. This is a very rough fight that can end the run. Not for a marathon, but in general when you're going for PBs. This is Heavy Machinery Round 2, aka Reiji Round 1. Reiji is a high-ranking lieutenant in the Omi. Every Reiji fight in this run is scary, so we're looking specifically from a crit from Eri or Ichi to make this fight go 30 seconds faster. That's worrying. That's decent damage. We might be okay. We're going to be using a move called Shield Bash with Adachi in the hopes that we aggro the crane just in case we don't do the damage. By aggroing the crane, it will not do AoE attacks. Good. Enough damage. By doing enough damage, Reiji falls out of the crane instantly. Watch the top right at Reiji's icon where you'll see that every single hit is gonna reapply stun. So we don't have to worry about him coming out of the stun phase. Now, rule of thumb, this fight cannot end with Reiji outside of the crane. So once we go through one round of attacks with everybody here, Reiji is going to go back into the crane, and again, there's a little rule behind that as well. The nice thing about Reiji going back in the crane here, it resets the entire turn order to the beginning of the fight. Straight into a Dart Airstrike. 6 MP left. As I said, MP management is kind of scary in this run. It's kind of necessary. I'm making another safety save. There's a very, very nasty fight. The worst fight of this entire chapter is coming up right here. It is going to be Reiji Round 2. Again, any Reiji fight is terrifying. RNG can completely just mess you over in this fight. So, unfortunately, Bleach Japan and the Omi Alliance are outside of the door right here. Whilst they burn the counterfeit machine, we're going to go and stop them. And unfortunately, against us is Nanba. And so is Reiji. So, excuse you. With Eri, we're going to give a Muscle Soda over to Adachi. Now, with Ichi, we're going to use Robson, and we're going to hope that Reiji does not counter this. Reiji has a counter. This can kill not Ichi straight away, but it's the basis of killing Ichi. We now want him to counter this Sparkling. Every time he counters Sparkling, it resets his turn order, which stops him from taking a go. Fear is not great. That dodge is really nice. Ignore Namba. Reiji is the danger. As this is a marathon, I should play this safe and kill Namba. Not use Ichi. Please counter Sayako. I do not want to see you take a turn. Perfect, that's even better. That's even better. And we'll just take care of Namba. Okay, so allow me to explain the reason as to why Reiji genuinely terrifies me. In Yakuza games, there's a very common meme that goes around that says if there's a gun in a cutscene, it's a real gun. Because guns in Yakuza games don't do that much damage. Kind of the same here. Unless your opponent's name is Reiji. Reiji's gun can one-hit kill Eri and Sayako in that fight. It is a normal attack that he has called Gunshot, so by interrupting his turn constantly, he doesn't get to use it. So thank goodness for that. This is Ogre Asara. He's a high-ranking member of Bleach Japan. They're coming back to try and get him. Again, this is one of those fights that can go a little bit quicker with a little bit of luck and a little bit of shield blast. So I'm going to summon good old Gary Buster Holmes, who has the damage buff. Very nice. Everybody's stunned. Unfortunately, there's too many people too far away at this point, so it is not going to be the one turn. We're going to have to wait until Sayako's next, not Sayako's, Eri's next turn. Some people are in a decent place. These guys are, for instance. But we will have to dart airstrike. And with this one, we're going to work together with the Komi Jewel. And more importantly, we're getting our next party member. Jungi Han, which if you've ever played Yakuza 6, you might be a bit confused about this. Don't worry about it. Now, with Jungi Han, we don't normally change his job, so we don't usually change his costume. But again, money was raised for charity, so I'll take the 30 seconds to go put him in the Legacy Yakuza costume. Which, as you will see going into Hello Work, this is nice. We never get to do this in normal runs.
Can I help you?
Is going to be Akiyama. Good old Akiyama. Do my best. Okay, so what we're going to do is anytime we get a new member, we're going to go to Jungi Han, put on Head Trauma, a 6 MP cost skill that has insane damage. We're going to put on Eri Superpower Rings onto Jungi Han, as well as the weapon we made earlier. For Eri, we're going to put on the 2 Gambler's Ties. These are an EXP item, so that Eri can actually get some EXP on Dealer now. But Jungi Han is going to... Whoops, a daisy. Jungi Han's going to replace Sayako. As I said earlier, Sayako is very, very good in the early game. Very, very good in the late game. Goes slightly missing in the mid game. But the nice thing is, the Jungi Han that we get in return does this. 6 MP for that damage, by the way. Jungi Han has a disgusting damage output. So we're going to summon Old Nancy again. Hopefully get good poison spread. One person will die to poison, so we won't go for them. I still don't know what this skill does, if I'm being brutally honest. That's a good shield blast on these two. Very, very good. You go down to poison. We get to use Head Trauma on Glow, and you can see him skulking in the background. The third and final time, here comes Zeng. Zeng has one big weakness. Take a look at the damage he's about to take from Dart Airstrike. Zeng is very, very weak to gun attacks. Now, I mentioned it very briefly earlier. Here comes the unfortunate part. Whilst Paralysis Prongs can be used against enemies on the ground, Head Trauma cannot. We have to wait for the enemy to stand up. Thankfully, Zeng gets up quite quickly. Now, yes, I know we have a gun attack on Jungi Han, but Head Trauma does more damage. Look at that damage. Thankfully, he didn't go after Itchy. He can with obviously not being paralyzed, which is a bit of a problem. I should have waited until Eri's turn just to do more darts. That would have ended it quicker. Dachi getting an early roll ahead of Eri? That's rare. That's very rare. Either way, boss fights give you an insane amount of EXP. And if you remember back in Chapter 5, you'll remember that I said we need at least 5 spare smoke bombs. We've used 2 of them. Because every single fight in this place can actually be escaped from. I do like Jungi Han in Akiyama's outfit. He looks good. So we're going to be running through here. I'm going to grab a premium first aid kit as well just before I go into the set piece. But before I jump into the set piece, which is kind of long, if you've got any messages, now is a perfect time.
Alright, well... allow me to read off a couple messages here. Suggest that one in 5 Americans live with a mental health condition, and fewer than 50% of these adults living with these conditions will receive treatment each year. And there's many factors that contribute to this, including stigma, lack of access, and lack of knowledge and resources. And this is one of the things that Nami works towards taking away.
I'll show you how it's done.
And yeah, 50% of all lifetime cases of mental illness begin by age 14, and 75% by age 24. It's definitely a thing that is commonly present around teenagers. So it's important to recognize these issues and give the proper treatment and facilities that people need to them as soon as possible.
Okay, I was hoping for a slightly luckier fight here. If you don't use the second dart airstrike with Eri, you can actually skip taking out a heal coming up here, but it's not that much of a time loss. I'm okay with it. More importantly, grab the safe on the way up. This is going to be a tactical helmet. That's going to get put on Eri immediately. There's some kind of scary things in this set piece. And again, if you just remember what Iggy does per turn, it's quite useful to remember what fights go like. So for this fight, we're going to go all the way around to Itchy's turn and summon good old Robson. By the way, for the summon showcase, the next summon that we summon that's new will be, I believe, in Chapter 12. So it's going to be a little while away. We are on 10 for reference. Adachi, that's my door. So that safe right there contains a weapon for Jungi Han. It's fire. It's okay, but it doesn't have an upgrade path like his current one, and obviously the Thunder Knuckles that we have here are very, very good. So, this is a 2-phase fight. In this fight, we are hoping beyond hope that Wang doesn't aim for Eri. Jungi Han's not great if he takes 2 hits, but we do not want to see Eri get hit. It is very important she does not get hit. I'm happy for Itchy to get hit. Like, Itchy being hit here is fine. This is not. Please kill Adachi, not Jungi Han. If he kills Jungi Han, I have to waste one of my first aids already. This is fine. I should have enough time in the fight itself to safety heal Jungi Han. I hope. So, Phase 2. You've seen it in the background. It is time. It's the tiger, alright. So, this tiger has one big weakness. Gun attacks. Yep. Dart airstrike, as you'll see. Even with a crit. What we're going to do is going to give a muscle soda to Eri. And thankfully, it actually got a very high agility roll. We're going to use Transfer Shield on Eri. This is going to give Eri an insane amount of defense. Good. I can use a Jungi Han turn for Rapid Shot. I probably should have healed him, but Eri's going to take another turn real quick after this and take another Tiger hit. Now, the Tiger is dangerous, not because of the damage, but because it can do a specific status ailment, Fear. And as I said earlier, if you get feared, you're in trouble. This will make us 100% safe for the fight. Sometimes, though, you need to take a extra hit with Joongi Han. But this fight is the big fight as to why I like getting my bentos early. That's not the best on Joongi Han. I'm a little worried about this, I'm not gonna lie. He's probably dead. he's probably dead. He's probably dead. I'm sure it's fine. Unfortunately, Eri's gonna take a couple of hits because Joongi Han can't take a hit for her. That's fine. It's fine. Please kill. Please end this fight. Oh, the crit. Oh, thank goodness. It's fine. It's fine. Yes, I forgot to mention that. The tiger will always attack the last person who attacks it. That's the reason why we use Joongi Han to sacrifice a hit a couple of times so that he gets hit. That's why him being feared ain't the best, but at the same time, because I healed, the fight was fine. If Joongi Han died, you can use the healing station there to heal him. Standard XS, another premium first aid kit, a tactical vest. We're gonna do more gear onto Eri. And if everything went correctly so far, Adachi will be in the third party slot. That's important. Do your best jam emotes once again. He's back. Now this fight is unfortunate because of all the furniture around. Now Joongi Han is really good, but Joongi Han can be a little stupid at times. If Joongi Han kicks a piece of furniture towards one of our enemies, he'll knock them to the ground, and he won't hit them with head trauma. Good damage on Mabuchi, that's nice, we want to see that. Carry Buster Holmes. Good stuns. So, the counter is fine, this gives me a little bit of extra time to work with, he usually counters here anyway. We're doing our best single target against Mabuchi because we need to get him to a certain HP threshold. Please do not miss, thank you. We need to get into a certain HP threshold so that this fight will go to the next phase quicker. This is why we want to focus purely on Mabuchi. Dart Airstrike will hit everybody, we have no choice in the matter there. And this should do enough damage for him to use Crimson Aura. So once again, the fight has a HP block until he uses this move. We've got here as quickly as we can, this is a good fight so far. Unfortunately, we have Adachi into Joongi Han, so again, we gotta wait for him to stand up for head trauma to fully connect. Bit late, but it's fine. That will hopefully push him away from the wall so we don't Dragon Engine shenanigans a dart here. But we should be safe this fight. Yeah, we're safe this fight. He'll attack one person here. I was hoping he wouldn't do... I was hoping I'd perfect guard that, because he might kill... You lucky lad, Joongi Han. Lucky lad. Nice crit. Bit late. Could have done that a little earlier, but you know, very lucky. And this is the reason why you want Adachi in the third slot. Namba rejoins the party. This is Namba's swan song. He will always rejoin in slot 3. Reiji's back. Reiji can end the run again. Thanks, Reiji. We're going to do this fight in a very peculiar way. We're going to start off by head traumaing Reiji, and then you'd think we'd use Dart Airstrike, but actually we don't. We jackpot chip the guy with the crossbow so that he doesn't go invisible. And you'd think we'd use a summon here, but again, we don't. Instead, we just hit Reiji with our best single target. Namba with the very early agility roll gets Essence of Pyro Prison out, which as you can see, takes care of all the ads. I don't like you doing this. Actually, no, you know what I do? Thanks for not fearing him, because this now means that Reiji won't potentially Essence Daze someone. This is also going to mess up Reiji's turn order, so I have to be a little careful with that. And this is a very good turn order. With Namba's turn, that is unfortunately the last time you will see Namba in this run. Itchy, really? I don't like you, Reiji. So Itchy can potentially die now, which is a bit of a worry. I should probably heal with Joongi Han. I have to safety heal. I can't guarantee Adachi gets a go. He did. I have to safety. It's a marathon. I have to safety. It's going to mess up with my damage a little bit, but it's fine. As long as... If he gunshots Itchy at this point, that was the correct decision. We're fine. It would have been fine. It's fine. I would rather be safe than sorry in a marathon. I don't think this kills. Would have done with a crit, but the Dart Airstrike will kill. So, 2 extra turns than it needed to be, but again, safety in a marathon is far more important than getting early turns.
I'll take it.
Let's talk about what we just unlocked. So, the first thing we unlocked is on Itchy, a host-exclusive heal. A self-heal called Secret Cocktail. That's going to be very, very important going forward into the end game of this run. It is only a single target solo heal, so Itchy can only use it on himself, but there's a specific fight that is actually amazingly good for. You will probably know which one that is. But the other thing we unlocked, Trickster's Top Hat. We're going to grab the last 2 Kappa statues, by the way, on the way through here. That's the 9th, not the 10th. I missed a photo earlier. Also, if there's a fight spawn down here, this sub-story actually gets rid of it. Ignore the man that's hidden behind the wall there. He's fine, don't worry about it. But Trickster's Top Hat is one of the biggest RNG moves in the entire run, in the biggest RNG fight in the entire run. We'll talk about it later. It only gets used in the finale. Turn left. Final Kappa statue. Just chilling in the top floor of Bar Survive. Now, very, very importantly, if you did not get those lunch boxes earlier, you must get them now. As of Chapter 11, we are going back to managing our MP during fights. It is exceptionally, exceptionally important that you get those lunch boxes. It's your last big chance to get your healing items before the nasty fights start happening. Or the nastier fights start happening. Either way, we go back and see the Hobo Chief, and Itchy remembers that when he was shot by Arakawa Sr., Arakawa Sr. actually said, "Good luck, Itchy." Arakawa Sr. specifically, this place right here in Ijincho, is a secret place where anybody, because Arakawa Sr. was a known assassin, and Arakawa Sr. didn't want to kill certain people, he actually dumps them here in Ijincho so they can start fresh lives, free and away from the influence of the Tojo, or at this point, the Omi Alliance. I was gonna vending machine, but that didn't go well. So we're now going to go and see Chairman Hoshino. I'm okay to use my smoke bombs here. I've got 1 spare smoke bomb for the next chapter. In Chapter 12, the remaining smoke bombs we have become null and void for reasons that you'll see why. But with this, we're going to go to Chapter 11. This chapter doesn't have too many things to it at the start. We're going to go and try and see the young master, but on the way, we're going to do and start a specific chain of quests called the SOS quest. There's one we need to do in particular. It's the 3rd in a specific quest line. So whilst I go around and run around doing stuff like that, say hello to our boy Zhao, your final party member. You'll never see him in a fight. That's the reason why the legacy costumes will not apply to Zhao. It didn't feel fair because obviously Zhao is not going to get used, so you will not ever see him in any of those costumes. So with that, I'm going to run around, do a couple of fights. In the meantime, if you've got any messages, now is a good time.
Alright, very well. In that case, I want to throw with a thank you to the restreams, the foreign language restreams that we have. If you happen to know anyone that may be more comfortable with languages such as German or Japanese, we have a German restream going at twitch.tv/Germensch, as well as a Japanese restream over at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream.
Watch me.
So yeah, if it helps you or someone else to enjoy this marathon, go check them out and show them some love.
I would also like to extend an apology to all of the restreams because of the sheer amount of commentary that I do in these runs. I've had comments before from, obviously, the restreams that I talk a little too much. I apologize, I can't help it. I'm very, very detailed in my commentary, so I do apologize. I do very, very much apologize. I am so sorry. So, the young master is in town for Ogasara's funeral. We're trying to get to his car to be able to have a bit of a conversation with him before he goes, because we now know, obviously, he's alive. This is one of those points where we have to be very, very careful with late fight spawns. You can get late fight spawn around this corner. If we do, we have to do the save load trick. It doesn't happen very often. It did this week, though, and when it does, it spawns right here. You do not have that much time to react to it. And again, this is one of those fights where, again, if you remember what Itchy does, it's not hard of a fight to remember what to do. We're going to guard all the way until Itchy's turn. And use good old Robson. That's not Robson. That's Robson. Because he's not on the ground, I don't get an opportunity to start Shield Blast. So, if you've played this game before, you know that this is the end of the chapter. You can go and finish it off right now. We're going to go and do something real quick. We are going to go and unlock what is, in my opinion, one of the most powerfulest pound mates in this entire game, despite the fact that it doesn't do any damage. We are going to start a specific sub-story. You will recognize it as we go behind Otohime Land. We're going to call this sub-story the Mr. Feel No Pain sub-story. This lady, who gives out fun, she can't give out any fun at the moment, is being teased by some of her co-workers. We're going to turn around and find this man here. This man here feels no pain. You can probably guess what's gonna happen here. We're going to go and find him hiding out in a park over on this side of town. So, we're going to go past the pharmacy, hope for no fight spawn. Good. I've had bad fight spawn luck here this past week. Yeah, it should be mentioned, this is the pound mate we will not be showing as part of the summon showcase, but because of that, you get Omelette instead. So call him by his real name, Mr. Feels No Pain. Make sure you tech skip into the fight. So, Mr. Feel No Pain here actually feels no pain. You can't damage him. We are going to make it so that we trick the game into pretending that we've attempted to do so. By doing 2 rounds of attacks with our team, and then guarding for 3 turns, the game now thinks we've attempted to do damage to the man who feels no pain. You're gonna see with the last round here as well, just how much turn orders Eri and Jungi can get. Notice how Eri gets 1 turn, and then 2 turns, before Adachi even gets a turn. And with that, that's the end of that fight. So, physical pain doesn't work, so let's come at this from another angle. Let's go find his mother. And this is the part where Chapter 11 gets a little scary. So, we're about to go and get the reward from the Kappa Statue. This is 2 million yen. Now, for those who know this game, you know that if you die in a fight, you lose said money. That's a little bit problematic, considering we need this money for the next chapter. We need 3 million yen to get past a money wall. Here's the thing. It is mathematically possible that Itchy can die. Is it likely? No. But it's mathematically possible. It's never happened to any runner ever. It requires every single enemy to literally laser focus Itchy in a fight. Which means it's not likely to happen, but it's mathematically possible. Because it is mathematically possible, don't take this chapter for granted. It's gonna happen one day. One day, it will happen to somebody. It is mathematically possible. Obviously, you wouldn't let it get to that point. You would take a safety heal, but it's mathematically possible. And in fact, we're going to be taking a heal in the fights coming up for MP management. Say hello to one of the best fight themes in the game. Work it, fix it, rock it. This is the Omi Alliance theme. We're going to be starting by attacking this guy in the front. Every single main enemy now is going to start getting real tanky. There are 2 fights left in this chapter. This first fight is going to be a single phase. We're going to be trying our best to not use 1 round of paralysis prongs. if we manage to save a round of paralysis prongs, we can do something a little different in the next part of this fight and use Patriarch Gondaro as summon, which again is one of those summons that you won't see if we do manage to get lucky and use it. But again, I promise you, you'll get some omelet out of it. Unfortunately, I am going to have to use paralysis prongs because one of the darts did not hit Hamaguchi. Face on a normal attack would finish the fight, but just in case we lose head trauma. So notice Ares and Adachi's, especially MP, they're getting low. This is the second phase of the fight, so we have to be very, very careful with Adachi's MP going forward. To begin the fight, we're going to head trauma this guy, because again, he has the most HP. I'm going to use a Dart Airstrike. And we're going to summon everybody's favorite, Robson. With that, it's going to leave just the one guy. We've got one more paralysis prongs left over. He guarded that attack as well, which is unfortunate. We are probably going to end up having to heal on Adachi instead, which is not the best. I guess I could do it with Ichi here if this doesn't finish. Nah, crit, that's fine. This is Matoba, the boss of this chapter. Matoba has a very, very unique rule to him. With Matoba... Ooh, damage buff on Nancy, hello. With Matoba... Where's Matoba? He takes very, very minimal damage from Dart Airstrike. We still have to use it to get rid of the ads, as you will see coming up here. With Ichi, we will have to use the Benzo, not the summon. We have to use it to obviously get rid of the ads. But as you will see, it did very, very, very little damage. So, oh no. No, 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 don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. What did I say about the possibility this fight can kill you? I told you. Instead, we're going to heal on Ichi. Yup. Great. Cool. As I said, you're not gonna let it happen, but it could. Oh, Matoba. How dare you? So instead of using that airstrike on Matoba, we use Jackpot Chip. Okay, he would have gone for Junkie Hand. If this attack had gone on Ichi, it would have killed him. As you always say, there is a chance. There is a chance to see things that have never happened before. Good damage. Okay. Not the best fight considering we have to take the safety heal with Ichi, but we don't die and that's the important thing. Speaking of dying in this speedrun, oh boy. This chapter. So, we need 3 million yen to be able to progress the story. We only have 2.2. But we do have items in our possession that will get us over that barrier. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and finish a sub-story that we started all the way back in Chapter 5, which is the second-hand shop sub-story. But in the meantime, speaking of part-time, we are going to do it the second part of a part-time hero sub-quest, the SOS quest, Bad Fight Spawn. Again with having to do this. Whilst I do this next fight, if you've got any messages now would be a perfect time.
Well, in that case, allow me to inform you of the ways you can reach Nami over on social media. You can find them on Facebook at Nami. You can find them on Twitter under the handle @NamiCommunicate, which is also the handle you can find them under on Instagram, and they are also present on Tumblr under notalone.nami.org and oktotalk.org, which is one of the key messages of Nami is you are not alone. Reach out for yourself, reach out for others. Nami gets it. Nami is here for you. And you can also visit nami.org for more information.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, interestingly, this bit here, this conversation. That has a text box if you are playing with the Japanese dub. For some reason, it doesn't in the English dub. This is the one big point of the run that makes English slightly slower to run. Only by, a tiny amount of time there. But that's the big reason as to why we usually run in Japanese, because Japanese is only about 10 to 14 seconds faster because of that bit. And one other bit earlier. So, we have done 2 of the SOS quests, just in case something goes wrong here. Shouldn't do, but just in case. You'll notice an enemy at the front of this enemy set, the guy with the cane. This is the Invested Vagabond. The Invested Vagabond is Yakuza Like a Dragon's version of Dragon Quest Metal Slimes. At the end of this fight, I want you to pay very close attention to the right-hand side of the screen, or the left. You will see how much EXP I get from this fight. I always save just in case, in a marathon, in case somehow Ichi gets a very low agility roll, but we usually good. They're gonna try and steal stuff. I need that. Excuse you. I need that. We're just gonna wait until Eri's turn, because Eri's gonna take care of everybody with darts. Sometimes if they're in a good position, you can use Shield Blast with Adachi, but this one was a bit too far forward. By taking care of the guy that did steal your item, you do get it back, thankfully. If you saw those numbers, because we took care of the Invested Vagabond, we get 500,000 EXP. For reference, we go from levels 32 and 33 all the way up to 38, 39. This is the big secret of how to level up very fast early on in LAD. The Battle Arena, of course, does help, but this is the quick way. If you're playing casually, you can obviously put a 30% EXP drink on everybody, but in the run, we only need it on Adachi. We have 3.8 million yen. Our money is in a very healthy position. We now need to go to Sotenbori. So I'm going to go see Chairman Hoshino, and we're going to get to go to Sotenbori for 3 million yen. This is the big money wall of Yakuza Like a Dragon. Once you bypass this, you won't have money problems again. But in the speedrun, we do. We need to get somewhere between 2 to 3 million yen in this chapter. Now, even though we just used an EXP up with the Invested Vagabond, I want to make it perfectly clear you can do this chapter at the very lowest level you possibly can, which is 32, 33. I have done it. I have video proof. You just need to know the deep, dirty secret of this chapter, which I will show you. So, we're now finally going to get to use those gold safe keys that we got back in Chapter 5. Some of the things that we get, like the Mirage Coat, are going to be pretty self-explanatory. It's obviously a piece of equipment for the chest. There's going to be a pair of shoes in this gold safe over here. But there's going to be a couple of things that I do need to explain real quick. So whilst you can do this chapter at 32 and 33, does that make it fast? No. That makes the big fight in this chapter take literally between about 15 to 20 minutes, usually about 18. It is a hard fight at that level. Doable? Yes. Good in a speedrun? No. So that item right there is the Gallant Binding. It is an accessory that gives 100 HP to any party member who equips it. I don't think it's that unobvious, but I'll only just say the words Blade Kill. We're going to go into this car park. We're going to open up this safe for the Minister Hat. Now, the Minister Hat is quite important. The Minister Hat does 10% extra elemental attack for anybody who uses it. But on top of that, it also works with your pound mates. Oh, goodness, that fight spawn. Oh, that's a nasty fight spawn. Wow, I did not pay attention to that. I don't know if that was a late spawn or not, or if I just wasn't focused. That's bad. So, the secret of this chapter. 2 rocket launchers. So, into our skills. Ichi, we're going to put on Shortcut his new skill, Essence of Rose Typhoon. Eri's going to get Lucky Punch. Adachi is going to get Shield Bash. Jungi Han is going to get Divine Shot. Ichi's going to get Gear. And then we're essentially going to go to Eri and give her Namba's shoes, which, as you saw there, are a lot worse than her current shoes. Now, you might be wondering why I just intentionally gave Eri worse shoes. The problem is, Eri's too good. Specifically, Eri's too fast. So we're going to nerf Eri's agility a big amount. This is going to hopefully, and this isn't always the case with LED's turn order, this is hopefully going to make it so that Eri goes third in the turn order. You'll see why in here. But you might be wondering why I just bought two very, very expensive rocket launchers. Allow me to demonstrate why these are the secret to this chapter. Watch the damage. That is up to 2k damage per enemy. And yes, that works on bosses as well. Every single one of them. That is the dirty little secret as to what's coming up. Now, we are going to be spending some time in the battle arena. We're going to be going all the way up to floor 11. For the first two floors, we really want to hit that kill board on the left here, because they are frustrating enemies.
Watch me.
And hit everybody but the one person I wanted it to hit. Video game. Good. So, thankfully Adachi gets a high agility. It won't take him out, but hopefully does enough damage that Junki Hand can. Oh, it did. It must have been that crit. Very nice. Okay, so we're now out of rocket launchers, and we can't get any rocket launchers until we leave here. We're going to be starting to collect a couple of the items in here, but there's a couple of reasons why we're in here. Items is one of them. Levels is another to make things a little easier, because there are very, very nasty fights coming up. But we're also going to be trying to earn a specific amount of money. We want, at a bare minimum, as I said, 2 million yen, which is actually surprisingly easy to get in here. Now, if Eri can crit, she'll take this guy out. She needs 2 crits. It's a bit of a shame. Ah, wait, I have Shield Blast on. I should have done Paralysis, it would have been quicker. Oh, well. Keep forgetting I put that on now, because Shield Blast is a lot quicker than that. Could have actually just attacked that way, would have been this fast. Either way, with floor 4 coming up now, you are now going to see the big combo that we are going to use for the last hour of this run. This is going to be what we like to affectionately call DRD. Divine, Rose, Dance. And now you should be able to fully understand why Eri goes third in the turn order. Because Eri goes third in the turn order, there should be less targets to hit with Dart Airstrike. And we all know that Dart Airstrike does an insane amount of damage to a single target. That's the reason why we nerf Eri's agility. You'll see it potentially in this fight. Divine Rose, and then hopefully we get a crit or 2 with Eri, so it will end this fight a little faster. Thankfully Adachi's getting some high agility rolls today. We do like seeing that. We needed another one. Which I think this is the one where it can't end with the crits, so I think I'm wrong actually. So beginning with floor 5, we are going to start grabbing every single piece of equipment. We get some equipment, as you saw there, the Viking helmet, over every single floor. You might remember that I said we don't use our boy Zhao in the run. That is correct. We don't use him in a fight. Every single weapon from that sword onwards sells for 1 million yen. That's the big reason we're in here. Because not only do we want a couple of levels to be able to make what's coming up a little easier, but we want to get better damage. Unfortunately, even with 3 crits, Eri can't take out this peer reviewer. She hits those 3 crits quite often in this fight. It's really nice to see. Speaking of crits, at this point, we're starting to do way more critical hits. Now, a lot of the RNG of the late game is down to Eri's crits. We are going to be turning Eri, in a couple of chapters' time, very, very soon, into an absolute crit machine. Now, this is going to be DRD, but it's going to be DRD with a twist. The Divine is still the same, but the Rose is not. Instead of Rose, we're going to be using good old Robson. This will hopefully keep one of the enemies charmed. As long as this guy doesn't silence or take the MP of Adachi, we should be fine. Still charmed? Beautiful. Good fight. Very good fight. Reason being is that you can see Adachi's MP is kind of low, and he doesn't level from that fight. So in order to save the MP for the next fight, we need him not to drain Adachi's MP. Although silence isn't that bad, although it does make the... Hello, 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 hello. This is why you pick up the boxes from the front. Dragon Engine hitboxes. Why? So again, this fight goes via the same principle if we want to get at least one enemy left for Eri. So instead of doing the usual, we're actually just going to be head traumaing this host. And yeah, next floor we'll be going back to DRD. So I think for now, because we're about to get into a big set of explanation again later, if you've got any messages, now would be a brilliant time.
Well, good timing on that, because I've got some words that you probably will not mind hearing.
Go for it.
Such as a $10 donation from Kiseki, saying, had to donate during Froob's run. Loving your commentary as always, Froob, and good luck. And another $10 donation from Murabito, saying, love to hear Froob's excellent commentary, especially when it's for a good cause. Much luck for the rest of the run.
Thank you all very much, I appreciate it. The wheelman got an early agility roll, that's a shame. Funny enough, this fight is scary, but not because of this fight. This fight is scary because back in the old route, a long time ago, we used to go into the park for the EXP and take care of these skateboarders, and every so often, they have this one move that charges at your party member. Every so often, they would target somebody at the back of the fight and hit Itchy along the way and just hit Itchy and game over Itchy in one hit. That was the scary old days of the route. That was very, very rough. So, this is the final floor, quotation marks. We're going to be using Divine Shot into Rose Typhoon into Dark Airstrike. So, we're going to get 2 weapons as a reward from this floor, both sell for 1,000,000 yen. From finishing the fight with the clear condition, we get the Damascus Ladle. That is for the Chef class, which, as you know, we're not using the Chef class. But more importantly, we get this. The Dragon Knuckles, which you can see me actually equipping. Until the end of the game, they are Jungi Han's best weapon. Now, I usually joke around and say we only do 10 floors. This is floor 11. Floor 11 is actually very, very important. The reward from floor 11 is one of the best floors, or one of the best rewards you can get in the entire game. Please hit Yamaura so he doesn't go invisible. Thank you very much. Lovely, good fight. So we'll be hitting, hopefully, big payback with the Brass's Prongs to take care of him so that he's out of the turn order. Good crit's not quite enough. He should go down to head trauma, I hope. Doesn't matter if he wakes up. Good damage. And with Itchy, we finish off with Tag Team Master Mayhem. So, we did this floor for a specific item, not that. This item right here, and I slightly lied earlier when I said our boy Zhao doesn't have any use, because this item right here is the Hariti's Amulet. The Hariti's Amulet is an accessory that works even on people that aren't in the party, and the Hariti's Amulet despawns every single fight spawn in the game. So our boy Zhao may never see a fight, but he has one of the most important uses in the entire run, in that now there's no fight spawns at all. We do not have to worry about fight spawns ever again. Pretty darn nice. So, we're going to Ebisu for the obvious. We're going to get ourselves 2 rocket launchers. And we're going to sell the weapons that we just got, because we need that money right now. So, the Damascus Ladle and the Chinese Saber. You can go to the Omi Alliance now. I do not recommend it. We're going to get a little bit more damage. We're going to get our damage for the end game now. And unfortunately, we're going to have to hope for a tiny bit of luck. Not for fight spawns, but for an NPC spawn. Let's see if they're here. In the previous chapter, you get a key after a fight to open this. Ah, you. That's some bad luck. So, in the very corner of that room there, you might have seen a man standing there. He is a part of an optional 5 set of NPCs that you can speak to and get certain status ailments, certain personality boosts. Unfortunately, he is completely random. It is very rare that he turns up, but of course he would turn up for a marathon. Now that he's gone, you can see in the corner there is an item. We need that item. You can't get it if he's there. So, let's open up the rest of our gold safes.
Should I open
Another
it?
gallant binding should be obvious.
Should
The
I
courage
open it?
pendant that stops one character being
Should I
feared.
open it?
The blessed wood armor, which gives a high chance of crit. Guess who that's going on. And the gold ingot, which we need for Jungi Han's weapon. And as you could probably guess, that's exactly why we got all of that money and why money gets so very tight in this run. So, improve the blacksmith, 2 million yen to get it to level 3. And time for another big bit of strengthening. So bandages times 2. Indeed.
Looking good.
Magnum by 3.
Nice. Just finish it. Almost
Beautiful.
there.
Shield by 2.
Nice. Looking
Good.
good.
Pouch
Just
by 2.
finishing touch. Looking good.
And
Just
cards by 2.
finishing touch.
Brilliant.
Almost
That means
there.
our shop earlier was good. So, gear. Jungi Han. Eri. Adachi. Sayako. Commander's Hat. Itchy, which puts the Grand Reserver on. Back to Eri. You get the Bless. You get the Tactical. I get healed. I go to Sotenbori. I save my video game because this is the point of the run where the difficulty gets even worse. Those of you who have played this game know exactly what's coming up next. This is the Omi Alliance HQ set piece. This is a stealth mission. We're going to be grabbing the War God's Keystone on the left-hand side. We're going to be putting that on Jungi Han very, very soon. But as we go through here, I'd like to remind you all that this is a stealth mission. You can get into 2 fights. Reminder, stealth mission. I don't know how that's a gift, Jungi Han. I really do not. Somehow, gunshot fire doesn't cause the entire... Itchy? Sure. Somehow gunshot fire doesn't cause the entire place to come running. Now, we can get into one more fight, as I said. We're not going to. Skip to the left here so that doesn't get into a fight with you. Reason being is that we want the enemies on the next floor to be in a better pattern. So we're going to specifically wait for this guy to go back, and that's going to make it so that every enemy from now on is not in our way. Now, because this is an online marathon and because this fight can literally kill you if it wants to, I'm going to be picking up a spare item that you usually don't get normally. This spare item is something that I would recommend to any and all new runners, especially coming up here because this is exceptionally dangerous. Oh boy. Very good tension music, by the way. Grab this box if you're a new runner. The Guardian Water here is a solo target massive defense increase. Again, because I'm an online marathon, I'm grabbing a couple of spare extra reses. This safe contains the Profane Wristband. That gives you an increased chance of crits. That'll be important later.
Should I open it?
The Iron Gita are good for later. Again, Jungi Han is going to change one of his superpower rings for the War God Keystone. Itchy is going to change one of his fancy business cards for the Gallant Binding, and the other fancy business card for a superpower ring. And here we go. One normal fight before we get to what is the start of some of the hardest fights in this game. Might not finish the fight because that guy didn't get hit. Did, good. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Remember earlier, when I said in the Matoba fight that there are two specific enemies that do not take damage from Dart Airstrike. You're looking at one of them. Now, I'm going to intentionally here actually use Jackpot Chip because I do not want to hit the big crit on Lucky Punch. Good. By hitting the crit, after Jungi-Han crit with his strong attack, by hitting the crit on Lucky Punch, I would push this fight to an earlier phase than I would like it to. So I'm going to intentionally do less damage so that I don't mess up my turn order. Head Trauma is going to give enough damage to Majima to put him into Doppelganger phase. By doing it like this, Itchy goes next. We're going to hope that Robson gets the damage bonus. If he does, which he doesn't, that's a shame, it's Nancy. Ah, that's really bad. Essentially, you want Robson to take out all the Doppelgangers, because obviously we need to get rid of them otherwise. Please do not paralyze Jungi-Han. That's okay, actually. Remember earlier when I said we got the paralysis prosthesis for a specific fight? Hey, guess what? It's this one. Now, I will say there is a summon we use in this fight that we haven't used for. Again, as we said earlier, it's not one we'll be showing off in the run. But instead, I will show you on later. Here comes Saejima. Now, it gets hard. With Itchy, we're going to use Mr. Feel No Pain to feel no pain. This is going to increase our defense exponentially. We need to hit Saejima twice in quick succession to stop him from attacking Eri. Now, this fight will kill me if Majima goes for Itchy. Which is a shame, because he's close to him. This is good. For safety, Majima can kill Itchy and end this fight. For safety, I am using the Guardian Water. Even though I should heal here. The thing about this fight is that Jungi-Han doesn't do that much damage. So instead, with Jungi-Han, we will use a heal here, just to be safe rather than have everybody die. On Saejima's next turn, here comes Blade Kill. It's guaranteed to hit. Guardian Water, that saves a good bit of damage. Double paralysis. Oh my goodness. Well, this is bad. I need Ares damage. Where's the status? Mental, no, not mental. Paralysis Portis. Mental is later. We need Eri. I need to heal as well. This is a very, very, very bad luck. Thank goodness I put the extra defense on. We need to get rid of Saejima now. The big reason why we need to get rid of Saejima now is that this fight has the re-ability to use Blade Kill. Again. I have to keep Itchy topped up on HP the entire time. Usually, Majima goes really, really after Itchy. Also, my perfect guards should be way better than they are at the moment. Aye. Stop that. Normal attacks are good because I don't have to worry. Now I can focus Majima now that his old evasion's gone. Camera change got me there. Adachi comes out of his paralysis this turn. I will use this to get rid of Saejima because Blade Kill's coming up on the next turn. Not the best fight, but the run hasn't died. That's the important part. Jungi-Han probably dies from this. Oh god, just in case. Yeah, there it is. I like that move. Remember, do not use darts against Majima. Use the Lucky Punch. Get that crit? Ah, no crit. Eri's crit in Lucky Punch is insanely strong. At this point, this fight is easy peasy. And as you can see, that's why rocket launchers are so gosh darn important. They really get rid of both of Saejima and Majima's HP. If you're lucky and Saejima is standing next to Majima, you basically get 3 hits on Majima. Now that's... you know what? I'll get him back for the XP, sure. Usually wouldn't, but I would like him to get as much XP as possible to still be on the right path later on. This is why I'm picking up extra healing items, folks. that was an example of a pretty rough Majima Saijima. Usually, Saijima focuses on Adachi and Eri, not Ichi twice in a row. We get both Majima and Saijima as pound mates. And this is where we're going to use one of our pound mates in a place that we don't usually use it. New strats coming up here are going to make it so that we use Saijima ahead of time. This is unfortunate, because it's going to make it so that we don't use Saijima in a later fight. And with these strats, unfortunately, that fight just so happens to be the hardest fight in this entire speedrun. So, as part of your summon showcase, folks, you get to see the Saijima summon early. So, we're going to start this next fight. There's two fights left in this chapter. The first one is actually the harder of the two. We're going to start off with Divine Shot from Jungi Han to get rid of an ad that stays alive. And as part of your summon showcase, folks, here comes Saijima. Don't mind that, I'm breaking everything. Yeah, honestly, I'd be scared to fight him as well. That takes care of everybody with one guy. So, to go on with what's on in the story right now, Daigo, the head of the Tojo clan, has been here at the Omi Alliance hiding out this entire time. Both himself and Watase, a recently released high-ranking Omi lieutenant, have plans to disband both the Omi and the Tojo. So all the Yakuza aren't too happy about this, and that's why there's a big fight going on. After this fight, there is going to be somebody that tries to stab... There's Watase and Daigo in the background there. There's going to be somebody that tries to take out Watase, but he gets stopped by an unnamed mercenary. An unnamed mercenary we know well as the taxi driver Taichi Suzuki. And with this is just a DRD, and that's going to be the end of the chapter. Now, the important thing to note at the end of the chapter is that, unfortunately, somebody is going to take out poor Arakawa Sr. And that's going to lead into our next chapter. So, now would be a very, very good time if you've got any messages.
I would like to remind people that we have a bunch of donation incentives still open that you can donate towards, such as a bunch of naming incentives for the upcoming Earthbound run. Such as the favorite food, where we have Donair winning at $25, and we've got cheese in $10. So if you want to see the favorite food being named cheese, get your donations in for that. I don't mind some cheese myself. I commonly have cheese sandwiches for lunch. On top of that, we have the favorite thing, currently at $5. We've got Nami winning as the favorite thing, and obviously that's the hard thing to beat for a favorite thing, let's be real. Additionally, we've got Name the Player, where we have Mothman winning at $45. The Name for Ness, where we have Sid winning at $20. And in second place, we have Nikos winning at $10. The Jeff. Yeah, we have Jeff as a name for... or we have the name for Jeff sitting at Skylar at $25. Then Pooh sitting... we have Minky leading with $5. We have the name for Paula currently as Lucy with $5. And then we have the dog as well. Currently winning name being Teddy at $10. And on top of that, we also have a Persona 5 Strikers run later on in the event, and we have an incentive to fuse and use the Mothman persona. That is sitting at $50, and we need another 450 to reach the total of 500. And then also fighting the Reaper Super Boss for $750 in total, and that's currently sitting at $149.29. That still needs about $600. A few more cents.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, if you want to have an impact on any of those donation incentives, be sure to get your donations in. And yeah, back to you, Froob.
Yeah, let's get those Mothmans met. Good old Mothman. We all love Mothman around here. So, the nice thing is, because Adachi didn't die in the previous chapter, his EXP hits perfectly at the right time to get him to job rank 22. This gets Adachi's Enforcer Essence, which is Essence of Shield Rupture. This is a proper AoE attack on the entire field for Enforcer, and it's very strong as you can guess. Not as good as single target paralysis prongs, but for multiple enemies, it is very, very strong, and it's probably the thing that we're going to be using the most in a couple of fights in this chapter. As far as this chapter goes, this chapter is actually the last of the chapters that isn't actually that scary anymore. I've said that the end game of this game in the speedrun is terrifying, and it is. This one is nicer. It's not completely easy. It can still kill me. But the very nice thing is it's usually pretty nice. So you might be wondering why I've got a venom. Basically, we have a suspicion that Arakawa Sr. was actually ordered to be taken care of by the young master. We're going back to trying to get an audience with the young master, and to do that, we're going to enter the political race against the #1 candidate in... I went the wrong way. In this area, which, wouldn't you believe it, the young master has put forward Kume. So we're going to be running up in politics against Kume. He's over here currently having a public speaking ceremony. So we're going to go and try and get an audience with him. Now, everybody is just going to conveniently ignore the fact that, you know, we're about to have a big fight next to them. And this is probably where you'll see the first usage of Essence of Shield Rupture. Now, it all depends on whether there's one enemy left here or two. If there's two enemies left here, we'll be using the Shield Rupture. If there's one, it'll be Paralysis Prongs. Because there's two, and thankfully the crossbow guy didn't go invisible. He can, as you know. We use it instead, and as you can see, it does a lot of damage. So, just as we're about to confront Kume, we get a phone call saying that Sawashiro is in town. The young master has ordered Sawashiro to go after Chairman Hoshino of the Seiryu clan. We are going to have to go and look after him and stop Sawashiro. So we're going to head down here to the Seiryu clan HQ. We last were here in Chapter 4. You remember the set piece all the way back there. This next fight is definitely an Essence of Shield Rupture, but we're hoping for a little bit of luck when it comes to both Gary Buster Holmes. We're hoping to get the damage buff from him, and we're also very much hoping we get a dart hit a specific enemy in this fight. The second enemy in the list, Tsutsumi. That will make this fight go way faster. No damage bonus for Gary, which is fine. If a dart hits Tsutsumi here, then everyone will go down in one thing. Nope. He's going to survive, which is a shame. But as you can see, that takes care of everything else. Oh, you're awake. I don't like this. What's up? What's up? Alright. Sure. That works. Sawashiro. As you can probably guess, the dangerous fight in this chapter. So, cool intro to start us off. We are going to hope for a little bit of luck when it comes to start this fight. We want to push Sawashiro to the back of the fighting arena, and we're hoping that Sawashiro uses a very specific skill, Vile Blade of Enmity. Has Sawashiro used that at all this week during my practice runs? No, he hasn't. Very upset. So, let Jungi Han move back a little bit. Use Tag Team Messers Mayhem to push him back, and then Dart Airstrike to keep him in the corner. We'll probably miss one because Dragon Engine. Hopefully he uses Vile Blade of Enmity and we don't see Var Mutilation. Oh, he did it! Now, Sawashiro is a bit silly because he just stands there and does this, which means that he doesn't hit Jungi Han, which means I don't have to worry about healing in the first phase. Fantastic. Patience, please. Wait for the head trauma.
I wouldn't
Sawashiro's going to get one attack off before phase 2. It's probably going to be via mutilation here. Please don't be enmity, because it'll do more damage at this point. Yeah. Oh, Jungi Han. Perfect. This Dart Airstrike is going to push Sawashiro into phase 2. And this is, in my opinion, the most dangerous phase of this fight. So, Sawashiro, he's now lost his sword. Whoops. He is now going to go and use a cane that is next to Chairman Hoshino's desk. And this is where Sawashiro is going to get really dangerous. His normal attack is now going to become a 2-part attack. And if the second attack hits your party member to the ground, Sawashiro gets a free opportune attack that is unavoidable. He also has one other skill called Cane Strike that can make one of your party members dizzy. This can cause you to lose a lot of damage. Now, if you're massively, massively lucky, you can get away in this fight by doing one heal to Adachi's MP, and that's it. So far, so good. Don't use Cane Strike. I just asked you nicely. Pretty nasty. I'm going to attempt to just use a mental supplement, even though Adachi's turn isn't for a while. I'm just going to hope that he doesn't attack Adachi. He should attack Jungi Han, because Jungi Han will be the one that's going towards him, and Jungi Han will be closest with head trauma. So he should go for Jungi Han here, instead of Adachi. Good. I'm not happy here for Adachi, but don't worry about it. So, we'll heal with Ichi to go into the third phase of this fight. This should be enough damage to get him straight there. The third phase of this fight, even though I feel like the second phase is more dangerous in the speedrun sense, is not an easy phase to take care of. So, Sawashiro is going to get a couple of different moves here. Via Mutilation is going to get an upgrade and become even more dangerous. He's going to lose the ability to daze people, which is nice, but he's going to gain 2 different things in return. The first is a counter. It's a very rare counter. It will counter pretty much anything physical, and it's massively, massively dangerous. The other one is one you will 100% see. It is a HP regen. It is 1000 HP regen per turn, and Sawashiro gets a couple of turns in a row. Oh boy. I have to now do an insane amount of damage in a small amount of time. It all depends on my turn order. If Eri can get a quick turn, this fight's over. She did not, which is a shame. So we're just going to get him down to as low HP as possible. This will not be enough, sadly. Just not enough. This will be enough, though. Good. Good turn order between Eri and Jungi Han. Now, if Eri managed to crit that, he would also be dead. Do not kick that chair at him. Jungi Han, I swear. Thank you. Good Sawashiro fight. Very good Sawashiro fight. The Cane Strike is unfortunate. It stops it from being an amazing Sawashiro fight, but that is still a very good Sawashiro fight. That's the nice, easy chapter. Coming up next is, without a shadow of a doubt, the hardest chapter in this entire speedrun. There are 2 fights in this chapter that, if they decide, will end this run. This is why we safety save. This is why we safety save for every single fight.
Coming up to that, do you mind if I give you some encouraging words in the form of a
Absolutely,
donation?
go for it. This is a perfect chance.
Yeah, because we have $5 from Persona3586 saying good luck on the scariest boss fight later in a chapter or 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's coming up at the end of this chapter, folks. You've already seen him. He's the loading screen. We'll discuss that fight when we get to it, because there's something just as nasty coming up. So, we Robson in this fight. Hopefully that hit the one enemy that survives. It did, good. With this, if Jungi Han has not died, and this is the reason why I wanted to revive him, he gets enough experience to get a job level up to 22, which gets his essence of Phantom Drive. It is a knife-based attack. It is solo target. It is very good against certain people. It is very bad against certain people, but despite the resistances, does a very, very good amount of damage. By having it before the next boss fight, I'm going to be able to do that fight in a lot easier and a lot more guaranteed way. for this fight, as you can probably guess, your best AoE targets. Now, the cars on the street can hit the enemies and do a tiny bit of damage if you're lucky. That's one enemy charmed. That's unfortunate. Adachi, hopefully you'll go early enough. Because as you can probably guess, Adachi is going to be using Essence of Shield Rupture. This should take care of both, right? No. No. But that will. I need to do a big level up. Here is the foot of Taichi Suzuki. Oh boy. Taichi Suzuki says he will help us find the young master, provided we go see him at night and chill out a bit, because Ichi is very, very upset and distraught at this point. I'm going to be going to Eri's gear because it's time to make her use crit. We put the profane wristbands on her, and for Sayako, we're going to do something a little crazy, and we're going to put on the fluorite bracelet for a bit more magic. At this point, whoa, Ichi, excuse me, you need the other gallon binding, thank you. Party, we're going to get rid of Adachi for Sayako, and you might be thinking that Sayako has very, very low HP. She does, but this next fight has a very big gimmick to it. This next fight, the boss of this next fight, will not use any attacks against female party members. This is why we stack HP on Ichi. Ichi's one and only role in this fight is support. The safety save into the... Oh boy, here we go. Hello, Taichi Suzuki. #1 taxi driver of Nagasu Taxi. It is, of course, Kazuma Kiryu, the ex-4th Tojo chairman. With his OG English VA from all those years ago. So, please early Ichi. No early Ichi, good. Ichi's getting hit hard. Muscle Soda straight over to Eri. It's important. She needs the damage. Your damage dealers in this fight are Eri and Sayako. I like this move because I know how to perfect guard it. Masochist immediately. No damage bonus is a shame. We're going to use Dart Airstrike. Good crits. We like to see that. This is going to mean that Jungi-Han can push Kiryu into his next phase on his turn. No danger of lost damage here. So. Ooh, even earlier. Ooh, we like that. Usually it's Jungi-Han's turn, which means those two crits are very good. This Phantom Drive ain't great, but it's good damage. Oh no, no, you did not. You actually finished the fight. Oh my goodness. That stun almost killed this fight. Thank goodness Jungi-Han goes before Kiryu. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's some terrible luck. Jungi-Han, do me a favor. Heal Ichi right now. Thank you. We need a Stamina XX because it's my highest healing at this point. So the thing is, the reason why it doesn't matter if Ichi takes too many hits... No! You're kidding me. Please miss. Seriously? Right, I'm gonna load my save so that I can hopefully keep my money for a later fight. Usually you would just go back in the fight. That is some rough luck. That is some very rough luck. And that's the way that some of these fights can go. Is that sometimes it just decides to end the fight. Like, this fight is unfortunate because usually Ichi gets an extra go before Kiryu there. The reason why he didn't was because of those crits. Because of those crits, Kiryu actually got an extra turn instead of his missed turn. Let's try that again. This is why I have a generous estimate in case of things like this. The endgame fights of LED are very, very scary. So, Ichi, if you could get an early turn before him, I would appreciate it this time, thanks. Also, if we could get the defense bonus on Mr. Feels No Pain, please. Oh, fantastic. Good. Excellent. See? We're just RNG manipulating the system, folks.
This should help.
Okay, no defense bonus. Okay, I'll take one over the other. So thanks to this, we now don't have to worry too much about taking too much damage early on, as you can see. I could even push this to do something kind of crazy. I'm not gonna, not after that, but I could. I could buff Sayako's attack damage here. Again, I'm not going to, but I could. We're just gonna keep Itchy alive. See, I like that move. So, Takumi Jungihan will guarantee he goes into rush. Then it's Itchy's turn. Now I've got the good turn order. Now I know exactly what I'm doing. Secret Cocktail, as I described earlier, is a stealth solo heal. The downside is it makes you slightly drunk. The upside, Kiryu is going to knock the drunk out of you in this fight. This is the second turn for the Muscle Soda. I have to keep a running total in my head. Ow. Sometimes, Kiryu will realize that Jungihan exists and attack him as well. Rarely, but sometimes. Nice crit. Oh, not again. Aw. See, it's good that he went after Jungihan, but it's not because now he doesn't get Itchy out of the stun. So I have to heal. I have to heal both of them, so we'll do the lunchbox. Because that will help for Jungihan for the next fight. This is actually not too bad. I'm okay with Jungihan being attacked here, because if you sacrifice anyone in this fight, it's Jungihan. Yeah, Kiryu's level 57, by the way. Sayako's level 38, for reference. Oh dear. Get Kiryu out of this phase immediately. Use a rocket launcher. In this phase, Beast Throw can hit twice. I will say, my perfect guards aren't too good today. I was hoping those would crit. I was kind of hoping you'd hit Itchy. Because this is going to make this fight a bit slower now. Because now I've only got Itchy. And unfortunately, we can't get the Muscle Soda over onto Eri because I'm probably going to have to... Actually, let's guard. That'll be the sensible decision here. And then we heal the next turn. Yeah. Guarding is very good against Kiryu, which is nice. Lack of damage isn't good, but we're just going to survive this fight. That's the important part at this point. And again, as you can see, Psycho and Eri do so much damage. It's really nice. Kiryu, odd bud, could you use your counter? Because they don't hit your counter. Could you do that for me? Could you stop hitting me? Kiryu, I'm begging you here. Kiryu. Nice crits, thank you. No, seriously, Kiryu, you've got a counter. I'm gonna need you to use it, bud. Please stop trying to kill me again. Thanks very much. So, here's the thing about the final phase of that fight. If you physically attack Kiryu in any way, shape, or form, he Tiger Drops you. But he also has another counter on top of that. Said counter only hits you if you do physical, which you already aren't going to do because of the Tiger Drop. But sometimes Kiryu just says, no, I'm going to hit you. That was one of the most aggressive Kiryu fights I've seen in such a long time. I hate it. I hate it. I was going to say that fight isn't the scary one, but today it seems as though that was the scary one. So, heal everybody. Jungihan's MP is now a good value that I don't have to heal, so this is fine. Thanks to Komi Jewel's surveillance system, we have seen that Reiji is in town, but unfortunately Reiji is here with one of the worst plot devices in any video game ever. An assassin that goes by the name of Mirrorface. Mirrorface can make himself look like literally anybody that he wants. You'll see. Back to the usual business. Your DRDs, your Essence of Shield Ruptures, your Paralysis Prongs, you know the drill. Whilst I go through this very, very long fight, if you've got any messages, now is a good time.
Yo, hold it together over there.
I'm trying.
Alright, we got a $12.50 donation here from the Alter Maven saying task one block. Taskbot block. Let's make the extra task happen, fam. I approve of your usage of language. And we've also got a $5 donation from Sifrius Kane saying, good luck against Sawashiro Jr. Don't die to him again. I assume you understand the context of that.
There's a fight in this run that is
Never live it down moments.
It's literally a fight you can't lose. As I found out, you can lose that fight. That's the reason why I loaded instead of retried the fight against Kiryu, is I need that money to get me some extra damage from that fight. Dear, oh dear. I was very much hoping that I wouldn't have a death today, but unfortunately, Kiryu said otherwise. Anyway, one more fight before the literal worst fight of this run that is probably going to kill me again. I should have saved, but it's fine. It is fine. If I have to continue, I have to continue and just not have my extra damage later at this point. I'm going to be taking the next fight very, very carefully. This fight is a DRD with usually a Parasa Sprongs at the end of it. Nice crit. Oh, 2 alive. Never mind, we will also... Violet Powder is poison, it's fine. Poison literally doesn't matter. I am probably gonna... Unless she levels, please level. Nope, she didn't level. I'm gonna have to get Eri's MP back a little bit, so... We're gonna go into our gear. Ichiwi's got the binding on already. Jungi Han is gonna change out his superpower ring for the courage pendant, as I said earlier. This stops a party member getting fear. Yeah, I'll use that, sure. I need some MP on Eri. That is everything, right? Just double check. Yeah, okay, good. Say hello to the nastiest fight in this run. Reiji's back for the 4th time. Now, Reiji can one-hit kill Sayako with Gunshot. This is where we're at. But here's the problem. Reiji can one-hit kill any of my party members with a specific gunshot. This is a fight of 2 halves. That is a fight of good crits. That's the best move we want to see. Yes, that's a Dachi. Don't worry about it. That is Mirror Face. Now, usually we'd use Saijima as a summon here, but because we used him earlier... Oh, no. I made a mistake. I was supposed to use Masochist. It's fine, it's fine. If I just make sure the heals stay up, it should be fine. Just please don't go after Ichi. That's all I beg of you. Please don't go after Ichi. It's Masochist first. It's always Masochist first. I will heal just in case. Definitely. If they both go for Ichi, then he's dead. Ew. So why you want Masochist on? No defense bonus. Okay, that's fine. Now, unfortunately, old Mirror Face here, who is a Dachi, he is trying to be a Dachi, he has a lot of critical attacks. I mean, a lot of critical attacks. Could you not? Could you not? Could you not? Reiji does this sometimes. Now you're beginning to understand why this fight is scary. Now, the nice thing is, you're gonna daze. That's fine. That's actually fine, actually. No, you know what? That's actually good. Oh, it didn't hit. That's bad. We're going to premium first aid Jungi Han back because he won't have Masochist's defense bonus anymore, which is a shame. Please don't crit. I dislike this fight. I dislike this fight intensely. The halfway point of the fight. Malicious Grin. Fear onto everybody, but the one person we put the courage pendant on, and it's his turn next to keep literally everybody alive. Thank you, Jungi Han. Now, this is the nasty part of the fight. Oh no. Okay, we're good, no crit. So, the nasty part of the fight. Reiji's counter is upgraded to fearsome counter shots. Gunshot's still the same. It's still disgusting damage. I will heal just in case, because otherwise Jungi Han will get countered and die. For Reiji, we have a special present. It's this rocket launcher. Goodbye. I was waiting for a good opportunity to use that. Fearsome counter shot counters literally anything, and unfortunately does enough damage to kill anybody. This includes Ichi. I am taking extra turns to heal so that I don't die in this fight. Plus, also I need the MP on Adachi, to be honest. Reiji is the one you want to focus on first, because he's the one that dies first, and he's also the dangerous one. Finally, critical hits! I will say that in this second phase, Reiji has been doing the correct attacks. No counter, very nice. That's always the worry with that, but that's a very good skill. With this fight, if you gain an opportunity, you want to attack with Ichi rather than with Jungi-Han. Again. Please stop, Reiji. Good. He's gone now. Reiji can't kill me anymore. Now this man can, but Reiji can't. Because he's on the floor, I'm going to use the Essence of Phantom Drive. It's not quite as much damage as Hedron Riz. Ew! Stop. And again, this is why I say a couple of times that Jungi-Han, if you sacrifice anyone in these fights, it's Jungi-Han. I'm not going to waste another res on Jungi-Han because I need them now. The XP doesn't matter. So, at the end of this chapter, we gain a brand new pound mate. It is, of course, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. It's a good one, it's a good one, it's a very good one. Wait for it. Taichi Suzuki himself. It is time for the finale. I assume I'm around a 348 at this point. This ain't too bad, actually, even with the Kiryu death. So, just to quickly sum up the plot real quick. There's an explosion that happens. Ichi and the gang are presumed dead. 1 month later, we turn up in Kamurocho. And we confront the young master. So, we are going to be heading to the Millennium Tower. As always, a very good final set-piece location in the Yakuza series. You've seen it before, you love it, we're going to do it again. Before we do that, we're going to do a little bit of shopping, though. We're going to go to this vending machine and grab 5 or 4 muscle soda, because I couldn't get that extra one off. We're going to go to the Eversu to get more rocket launchers. And then we're going to go to a gold safe and get a specific accessory. The specific accessory is called the Curse Substitute. The Curse Substitute stops one-hit kill attacks. You can probably guess the reason why we're getting this. Anyway, we're going to be going around for a little while, so as I go around, if you've got any messages, now is a great time.
Alright. Then let me highlight some of the incentives that are going to be coming up for a couple of the runs that we have on later today, such as Legends of Mana HD, the all stories race between the RPG Chick and Mecha Link. We have an incentive for who to take to Bejeweled City. Do we take Pearl or do we take Elazul? Currently Pearl's in the lead with $20 and Elazul is sitting at 0. You also have a couple naming incentives. I highlighted the naming incentives for Earthbound earlier, and we've also got some for Legends of Mana. We've got the name for the Rabbite, which currently in the lead is Yagamoth with $25, and behind and at $5 is Bunny. Then we also have named the main character, which currently we have sitting in the lead at Jumpy at $20. We have the gender choice for the main character between female and male. Currently female is in the lead with $5 and male is currently still sitting at 0. Then we have a save or kill incentive, a type of incentive you may be familiar with from Super Metroid. Legend of Mana has one too, specifically whether to kill or save Diana, which I probably mispronounced, but the runners can talk about that in due time. Currently, save is in the lead at $50 and kill is still at 0. And lastly, we have also an incentive to name the main character in Xenoblade Chronicles X, which will be on after Legend of Mana. Currently in the lead is Chungus at $5, and then at $3 we have Don't Forget Me. That's the number 4. That's all I wanted to say for now, so Froob, we're gonna throw it over back to you.
Thank you very much. This is the final set piece of the game, culminating in the most RNG fight of all of them. Is it a hard fight? Not particularly. Is it a nasty fight? absolutely. So, I mentioned very briefly about 3 hours ago about being able to skip fights. There are 3 fights you can skip. You're done to, and I'm grabbing this fresh first aid kit after what's happened in this run so far. There are 3 fights in this place you can actually skip. Each of them can save you between 45 seconds to a minute and a half. So they are very important to pull off properly, and some of them are actually really hard to pull off properly. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see. So, you're gonna be seeing the usual as we go up. Dart airstrike. Paralysis prongs. Good old DRD. So. Usually, or not all the time, but sometimes it actually can get an early agility roll against this guy. But DRD is going to be used in a couple of, or most of the places in here. There's actually a couple of interesting enemies in here. A lot of the enemies in here you also won't have seen before. So reminder that we are massively, massively underleveled. The enemies here are level 57. We're still level 46. And the nice thing is, because of that, we level up very, very fast. Hopefully this takes care of everybody that's not charmed. Nope, and it even took the charm out of the charm person. So, as the shield rupture for multiple enemies still alive. Look at that damage, look at that damage. That is so nice. So, a couple of interesting enemies coming up in the next fight. There are going to be 2 lads that are like the peer reviewers you saw back in the battle arena. They have these giant hammers. Even if you're level 99, they will go ahead of you. Their agility is absurd. They will always go for Eri, which is a bit of a shame. Especially when I can't get my perfect guards out. That's a worry coming up, that's for sure. With Ichi, we are going to use Good Old Robson. Now, the nice thing about both of these crabby sentinels are that they are weak to knife attacks. So this guy is pretty weak, so we'll leave him for the Paralysis Prongs of Adachi. Hopefully takes him out. That guard actually hurt a lot, because Jungi Han's essence will take care of this one. If this one didn't guard that attack, we would have actually taken out the fight in that turn. Again, some enemies do guard, these guys do. It's unfortunate he did. Again, our level ups in here are all nicely predetermined at specific points so that we can use specific moves. And the first of our fight skips is actually coming up on this floor. This is probably the second easiest fight skip out of all of them. All of these fight skips are going to look very, very easy to pull off. They're not. they're not. Nice crit. This is just a DRD anyway. It doesn't matter if we crit or we don't. So, to do the fight skip, you have to do as I do right here. So what we're going to do is you're going to enter the room and immediately go into the right. Hug the right wall. Remember not to bounce off the wall and displace your hitbox. Same with this whiteboard. Go to the door, and congratulations, you've done it. If you saw for a second there, the arrow pointing towards the enemies went red. That is the point where the fight should have started. But thankfully, because you're just fast enough, you can get to this fight ahead of time. We're going to head trauma this guy. We're going to use good old Essence of Roast Typhoon. Dart Airstrike. That's not quite going to take care of our 2 trash bags over there, but in a minute they will be taken care of. Mysterious Prayer is fine. I still don't know what this actually does. Essence of Shield Rush will take care of the 2 ants, and Jungi Han will take care of the Dark Sweeper. Easy peasy. Good fight. Now, when going through here, you do not need to get the heals at all. And fun fact, if you get the heal on the left, you can actually bypass this cutscene trigger. Kind of funny when that happens. However, we're going to be carrying on this floor. We're going to be doing a couple of essences. And the hardest fight avoidance is coming up on this floor. Also, for some reason, sometimes the furniture on these floors doesn't load, like here. I don't know why the furniture hasn't loaded. This guy takes a little bit of extra damage, so we're going to use the essence that Jungi Han has. And then Dart Airstrike will 100% finish him off. Nice crit. So, This fight, very, very simple. Again, it's one of those fights, if you just remember what Ichi does, it's very, very simple. It is just Rose Typhoon, and after we're out of this fight, comes that fight skip I was talking about. The angle to do this on is very, very tight. It's going to be a lot tighter than it looks. This is going to look very easy if I get it, but it's not. That's it. That's it. It looks easy. It's actually the hardest fight skip out of all of them. You have a very, very small window and a very, very small angle to run past that corner. If you hit that corner and bounce off it at all, you displace your hitbox all the way into the fight spawn. And that fight spawn sucks because there's an enemy in that fight spawn that you do not have any weaknesses for. And they literally take forever to go down. And the nice thing is we have just enough MP here to cast Tag Team Essence of Mayhem. Told you all we'd be using it till the end of the run, and here it is. We do like Tag Team Essence of Mayhem. It's a 30 MP skill that has served us since Chapter 3. It's really good. Dragon Engine shenanigans mean we miss a dart, which means this fight's going to go 1 turn extra. This man likes to crit, which is why I don't like coming into this fight with Ichi without full HP, because the start of the fight can literally have Ichi die. And for our third fight skip, this is gonna look like it's the hardest one, but in my opinion, it's the easiest. Ignore all of the armor in those safes there. We don't actually need it. We're gonna be heading into... You've probably already noticed if you played Yakuza 6, we're on some very familiar floors at this point. Stay behind here, watch them go behind the pillar, then go. That's early. That's bad. That's probably not gonna work now. You wanna turn around? Do that again. Run in here and get the attention of these two. By doing that, you're not normally this far in. By doing that, what happens is it makes the enemy spawn before the one going behind the pillar go back to their original position in the room, which is actually even further back. So this makes it so that you can actually avoid them completely. Sometimes you just have to do, you know, a little bit of evasive maneuvers. It's all good. Abyssal Dance is not what you want to see, because it puts up his defense a tiny bit, by 10%. Puts his accuracy up by 30, but ideally he's not going to get to take a turn. Usually I would use Essence on Jungi Han because he's on the floor, but because he's got his extra defense, I'm intentionally going to use Head Trauma to do the extra damage. As you can see, this guy's quite tanky. This guy's actually more tanky than some bosses. Good crit. That ended that fight a turn early. Usually... Actually, I tell you what, for safety, I'm going to grab the Stamina and Spark. It's a very, very good healing item. They're very, very rare. It's a full heal, full MP heal. They are exceptionally rare. For safety and marathon stuff, I'll take that. And for safety, again, I'll take this heal. At this point, my MP levels are actually pretty decent, to be honest. So normally I wouldn't take that if I was going for PB, but again, marathon equals safety first. So, 2 fights left before the worst fight in the run. Because of that, I'm going to throw it over for a couple of messages right now.
Let me remind you of the charity we're raising money for, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. It is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. They Nabi operates a national helpline available Monday through Fridays from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to provide information, referrals, resources, and a compassionate, understanding trained volunteer to support the caller. And you can reach this helpline at 800-950-NAMI for support, information, and referral.
Let's go.
Additionally, I do have some unfortunate news to bring. Unfortunately, the runner for the next run of Earthbound is not feeling well, and due to that, we are going to have to cancel out Earthbound. As a backup, we will be having Phantasy Star Online by AK Diley.
No.
And Final Fantasy Legend 2, any percent glitchless to replace this. It's unfortunate, and we, here at Questing for Glory, we are giving our well wishes to our runner Ria, and hope that she will feel better very soon.
We've got a slight problem. I might have forgotten a certain item that stops me getting one hit kill by this man right here. It'll be fine if he doesn't use a right hand against Itchy. So, this is the Tendo fight, the biggest RNG fight in this entire run. We're going to be using Mr. Feel No Pain first. Damage bonus, or defense bonus. Pity. Now, Eri got Trickster's Top Hat, a 1 in 4 chance of casting a poison that is double the damage of any other poison that we have in the game. Usually we give it 4 turns to land. So, we'll hopefully have that happen. This fight, however, has a insta-kill attack, which is the terrifying part. That's the reason why we want the Curse Substitute. Now, the nice thing about this fight is that the first phase has more hits than the second phase. This is the reason why we will be using Mr. Feels No Pain in the first half, rather than the second half. You can see how many turns Tendo gets. This is why you want to get the poison off as early as possible. Good dodges. Good start. Poison, please, Eri. Second turn is good. Look at that. Good girl. Perfect. Alright, so we're now going to be using Muscle Soda because every turn used on Trickster's Top Hat is a loss of damage on Tendo. This is going to be a good fight, provided he doesn't kill Itchy. Can't believe I messed up so bad. This is actually really bad. If we die, we go all the way back to the start of the fight. I forgot to mention, if you die before this bit, you actually go all the way back to the start of the set piece. We need to give a Muscle Soda to Eri. It's very, very important because she is our big damage dealer. If I take another hit on Itchy, I will use Jungi Han to heal instead. Usually, Itchy is your only support here. Oh, I am risking a lot. I don't like this. If I die to Tendo, don't worry, I have an idea. So now we want to hope crits come out from Eri. This is the part where Eri needs to start critting. Look at this damage on Tendo. This is good damage. But basically, what LED doesn't tell you about is that there are multiple levels of poison in this game. This is good, because she hasn't... Oh, multiple turns in a row. I don't like this, actually. I need to make sure I get my perfect guards off in this fight. That's not bad, actually. Because of those perfect guards. This should be fine. And Itchy gets to go. So we do need to keep an eye on our MP for this fight, so we will be using our lunchboxes that get MP back, as you can see. We have one more rocket launcher. I'm going to specifically save the rocket launcher for the second phase of this fight after my colossal mistake. The insta-kill attack has a little bit of a hidden secret to it. Good. Perfect guards. Fine. Now, Sayako, if you get a very, very rare moment to get off Coercive Shout on Sayako, it gives her a bit more magic damage. It's pretty good for giving her extra damage, but again, we're not going to risk it. Wow, very fast Tendo 1. And here comes Pain. So, phase 2 of Tendo. Man used to be a boxer, you know. Tendo gets a couple of new additional attacks. The important two are the left hand and the right hand. The left hand is a high damage output attack. The right hand is a one-hit kill. That's why we get the Curse Substitute and put it on Itchy so that Itchy doesn't get one-hit kill attacked. Which I forgot to get. I'm in trouble. I'm actually in big trouble. Let's get a big heal out. Please don't right hand Itchy. You would go for my damage dealer, wouldn't you? So, this is an insta-kill attack. However, there's a way around it. The way around it, that's perfect, is to do enough damage to displace the right hand. Is that enough? No. I need her alive, please. I will even attack. I will even use Sayako's turn, even though she's an actual attacker. This is fine. Because I need to... The nice thing is, I needed to get new Muscle Soda on Eri this next turn anyway, so I'm not losing too much damage here. I lose one turn on Eri, which isn't amazing, but I'm okay with this. As long as it's not itchy. My perfect guards tonight are not that great. Just please don't right-hand itchy. This is good. He's attacking more than he usually does, which is kind of curious, but I'm okay with this. He's attacking way more than he usually does. Again, I'm okay with this, because it stops him using his hands. I'm very okay with this. Might have to use a heal with Junki Han, but again, that's fine. Nah, itchy's here. Do I need to MP yet? I think I can get away with one more without MP. Because I need a bigger heal for Sayako. Yeah. Good. Oh, every time it goes to itchy, I get terrified. This is one of the best Phase 2 Tendos I think I've ever had. I'm getting a little mad. See how Tendo gets multiple turns in a row? This is Tendo. He cheats. He breaks the system. I hate Tendo. I hate this man. Keep it clean, says the man who gets multiple goes in a row. How dare you? Now, I do need to remember I do have a rocket launcher for good damage coming up. I would also like to change out Sayako to Adachi at some point. This is such a good Tendo Phase 2. This is disgusting. Which means he's gonna do something now. Just not itchy. It's not itchy. Left hand. So this is the left hand. You finally get to see it. Jungi Han's dead. He doesn't have enough HP. This is what happens with the left hand. Yep. That's Sayako. We're gonna risk it. The rocket launcher combined with Eri should either finish this fight or get rid of the right hand. The poison. Poison, poison, poison. Yes! Yes! Poison finish! Let's go! Despite the 2 deaths, that's one of the best Tendo fights I've ever had! Oh. Literally just so few right hands. Unbelievable. Thank you so much for not right-handing Itchy. I appreciate it after my colossal error. Thank you so much. What a good Tendo fight. Why can't I get that in my PB attempts? Please. Either way. The young master, he's kind of angry. The young master, we are going to do all of our best single targets against him, and now it is time for the big ending to the Summon Showcase. So, with our 1 HP Jungi Han, we're going after the young master. Good luck, Jungi Han. And on Itchy, we're going to use all the summons that we have yet to see, beginning with Kazuma Kiryu.
You want to die? Step up.
That's not advised, young master. At least he wasn't the last guy, I suppose. And with everybody else, we'll be doing our best single target against the young master, outside of Sayako, who is just going to stay out of the party for Adachi. If you get Adachi a turn earlier, you can literally finish this fight like 3 or 4 turns early. But I couldn't risk it. So the young master summons backup. Oh, goody. The nice thing is, thank you for not going after Jungi Han. The nice thing is, all of this backup has very low HP. Ladies and gentlemen, Majima Gara. This one is so cool. Such a good summon. Oh no, reversal volley. This doesn't do anything. This is why I said earlier that Reiji's gun is scary. Nobody else's gun attacks in this game are actually scary. Reiji's are. Because, like, all of these ads gun attacks only do, like, 20 damage at most, even at the end of the game when they're a higher level than we are. So, because I haven't done enough damage because I didn't have a Dachi earlier, he's going to summon one last round of backup. And this is where I'm going to throw you all a bonus summon. Thanks, not going for Jungi-Han. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't usually use them in the run. Oh, doesn't work nights. I'll have to do it Premium Adventure. We'll do it Premium Adventure. I can still show you Omelette. I forgot that the Millennium Tower counts as night. Because when you come in here, you actually come in here during the daytime. So I assumed that it was actually, you know, counted as daytime. But because it's atmospheric, it does not count as daytime.
Good.
Don't worry, this is why we like New Game Plus. I will show you Omelette, don't you worry. You will get your Omelette. I promised you, and you will get your Omelette. This won't be in the run itself. Now, thankfully, because we didn't die, because we reloaded the save against Kiryu, we now have more than enough money to be able to do dumb strats, which is basically take off all the healing in this fight. So we're going to put on the Champion's Ring, which you get from Tendo, and a Superpower Ring. Now, don't listen to chat if they say you can die to this fight, because I've definitely never died to this fight, even though this fight is the easiest fight in the entire game. Absolutely not. Here's the thing. If you die at some point in the run, like we did against Kiryu, you don't have the money to do Saijima's summon in this fight, which is double the damage of one of your attacks. So you lose 2 turns of damage, at which point the young master likely will use his counter, and, yeah.
I'll wipe that stupid grin off your face and leave it bloody on the floor.
But this is such an atmospheric fight. This is the final fight. Time will be coming up at the end of this fight. I love this fight so much. We are going to start with said Saijima Summon. The nice thing about the Saijima Summon is it gets rid of the Young Master's defense by 20%. Which leads into our next summon, because for some reason Robson is also as damaging as Saijima is in this fight. Every other summon is not as strong. Excuse you. We're going to be using Essence of Roadside Weapon. If the Young Master is far back enough, we do this fast version. Oh, you countered. Stop that. No. Naughty. Please, no. Not again. I don't want to see it again. Because by doing it further back in the room, he can't hit you. Nice crit. This might end it a turn early. You said that one, Young Master. This is what happens if you're too close to the side. You do this one instead. You've probably seen that heat move in other Yakuza games. Okay, good fight. See? Easy fight. Who dies to this fight? Certainly not me. Absolutely not me. So, there's going to be 4 QTEs, and time will come at the end of the 4th one. That is the first. But I'm going to show you something real quick with the second one. I had a couple of people wonder and ask, what happens if you fail the QTEs in this fight? Well, not with this one, but with the one after this one. Allow me to show you. This is what happens if you fail the QTEs in this fight. Everybody ready? Here we go. It just loops the QTE. Now, if you have Japanese voices on, Ichi's actually yelling at this point, so all you get is just constant and time. For a death to Kiryu and a rough Reiji, that's a pretty good time, not gonna lie. Why can't I get Tendos like that in PB attempts? I'm upset. Anyway, I've got to give you an omelette, and we got to go visit the karaoke place. So give me a second here. let's go show your omelette.
Do you mind if I read or say a couple things?
Yeah, go for it. While I set this up, go for it.
Yeah, because we have First off, we have a $25 donation from Tanuki Dan with no comment, but thank you very much for your donation. Secondly, GG on the run. Nicely underestimate.
Yeah, LAD, as you can see, can be very, very temperamental. Put it this way, if I died to Tendo, we would have been redoing that fight all over again. And, you know, sometimes you accidentally forget the actual thing that you need, which, whoops. You might get to see the Onamichio outfits here as well, because that's not the same save. There's Onamichio head. There you go. Let me jump over to part-time here and get those costumes back on real quick. I'll show you numbers and Zhao's while I'm here as well. We'll get into a fight, get Omelette, and then we'll go karaoke. The estimate also includes the time for the summon showcase and also the karaoke. Dear oh dear. So, with your stuff, you can also get a Zero version of Kiryu and Majima for Ichi. Yes, please. You can also, when you're in Premium Adventure, wear the outfits outside of thing. This is my very, very old save. Very, very old save. Eri, you go back to being Karu. Thank you. Jungi-han, you go back to being Akiyama. Thank you. Adachi, you go back to being Date. Thank you. And your number one is actually Majima. And your Zhao one is, of course, Saejima. He also gets Daigo as well, which actually fits him really well. I dislike it. Thank you. Alright, so, Omelette. I promised y'all an omelette, y'all are getting an omelette. There's usually a fight spawn down here somewhere. Or I could just go to... Wait a minute. Get that off. Zhao. Zhao, I need fight spawns. Get that off. Alright, so, omelette time. This is your last of your summons. So, let's go around to Ichi's turn. Here's omelette for you. Financially excellent chicken. So, the reason why we don't use Omelette in the run is because, unfortunately, Omelette is... I've never seen that hit. Even when playing casual, I've never seen that hit. When, obviously, we use the run and we go for heals, we want a guaranteed heal. With Omelette, it's a random chance between MP and also HP. So, in order to make sure that we actually, like, get the heal that we need, we unfortunately have to use something more reliable like the lunchboxes. Right. I'm surprised I didn't finish you off. We have one more thing to go and do, huh? Boy. Alright. So, fun fact, folks. This game's karaoke is in both English and Japanese, and because we're currently on English for the donation, I'm going to be belting this out in English, because I feel like I'm a bit more used to that than Japanese. Now, if we have time, we can always run the Japanese version of the song afterwards, but that's if we have time. Now, I have to sing this, and play it at the same time, so forgive me if I make mistakes here. I said I was never gonna do this again. I've been a fool, and you've been childish. You fell down, you got hurt chasing sweeter dreams. Never could hide the truth in your eyes. That's how I knew that smile was a lie. I love you is something you'd never say. Couldn't get it out, always just put away. So then why? Please won't you tell me why? You could find the words to say goodbye. I'm such a mess. I'm lost. I'm no good at this. I'm in love. Still in love. Still in love with you. Hard as I try, I can't even drink this pain away. Memories of you, twisting my view. I've been a fool. My tone was off, like on the second verse, and I threw myself off so much. There you go. There you go. There's your karaoke. Yeah, if we need to get back on schedule, we can end it here. Or if you want, I can play the Japanese version real quick. I wouldn't be singing it though. I'm just saying that right now. There's your list of songs in the game, by the way. Hell Stew is such a good song. Best song in this game, in my opinion.
Alright, well, I have gotten confirmation that we do have time for some Japanese karaoke. So feel free to set that up.
Alright, let's do it. I do need to save real quick. Actually, is the autosave here? The autosave? Yeah, the autosave is here. That's good. The nice thing about Yakuza Like a Dragon is you can just switch language on the fly like that. That's it. We do have to go back to the title screen, but it's very, very quick, which is really nice. Which is really, really nice. But I see chat wants Bakamitai in Japanese, so I'll give you some Bakamitai in Japanese. The trouble with Yakuza Like a Dragon's karaoke list is that every single song is really good. Every single song is fantastic. There's no bad song. They're all good songs. They are all such good songs. I'm not singing in Japanese. I'm very, very bad at Japanese Bakamitai. 'As Kaiji Tang, who plays Ichi in the English dub of this game, says, that is a real classic. That is an absolute classic. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the run. That was good fun. Despite the death to Kiryu, I'm still actually happy with how it went, especially considering, you know, I was missing the one important item that I was supposed to be equipped with at the time. But, oh well. I hope you've all enjoyed. Hope you've all been enjoying the marathon, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the marathon going forward as well. Once again, I'd like to thank, obviously, Questing for Glory for having me, RPG Limit Break for hosting the marathon, and of course, Nami, charity that we are raising money for. Thank you all very, very much.
Check if my mic was on. And thank you, Froob, for the run you've showcased here today. I'm pretty sure that chat has been greatly enjoying everything.
Thank you. That was stressful when it shouldn't have been. I will never forget that cursed substitute in a run ever again. Am I kidding? Yes, I will. Yes.
Wait, we're gonna be yeah. We're ending. We're after this intermission, we're gonna be throwing it over to AK Diley for some Fantasy Star Online. And following that will be Final Fantasy Legends 2 by Torima. And for hosting, that's going to be it for me. I'll be throwing the hosting seat over to Sweet Peeps. So thank you to Questing for Glory for allowing me on the hosting desk. And yeah, enjoy the rest of this marathon and the wonderful cause we're raising money for.